Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I'd been driving long routes for years, long enough that the rhythm of small towns and empty stretches of highway felt like the background hum of my own bloodstream. That evening, rain pushed across the plains in low curtains, the kind that blurred the edges of light and made every town look like it was sinking into its own shadowed outline. I remember pulling into the rideshare pickup spot on the south side of Cold Creek, a place that had one blinking streetlight and a diner that smelled like wet dust when you walked past it. I was early, which was unusual for me, but something about the quiet made me want to get moving as soon as possible. My route was long, and the daylight was failing fast. I didn't know that the road ahead would become the sort of story people in towns like these whisper about when the power flickers during storms. Valeria was the first passenger, thin, tired-eyed, clutching a backpack to her chest, a student heading west to see family. She apologized for the rain even though she had nothing to do with it. She slid into the middle row and pulled the seatbelt across her, barely meeting my eyes. The second arrival came a few minutes later. A man who didn't seem to belong to the town or to the night around it. His clothes were clean but worn, his suitcase boxed and heavy looking. He didn't hurry, didn't react to the rain, didn't nod hello. He just stepped into the vehicle, eased himself into the back seat and closed the door without a sound. He said his name was Gabriel, but the way he said it felt like a placeholder, something borrowed. I caught his reflection in the rearview mirror, expression flat, eyes pale in the dome light. He noticed me looking and tilted his head slightly, not curious, not annoyed, just aware. That awareness made the small cabin of the car feel tighter. We rolled out of Cold Creek and into the darkening highway, rain scattering under the headlights. Small towns passed like disconnected memories. Service stations, auto shops closed for the night, narrow houses with sagging porches. I tried to keep the ride normal. I asked Valeria about school. I mentioned the weather. She answered softly, watching the road, tapping her fingers against the strap of her bag. Gabriel didn't speak except once, when he leaned forward slightly and asked if I could take a left turn that didn't appear on my planned route. His voice was level and calm, but something in it carried a cold expectation, as if he wasn't making a request. The turn led toward a dirt path that disappeared between 2 stands of dying trees. I told him I couldn't change direction. The system wouldn't allow it. The storm was worse off main roads. Whatever excuse came first, he didn't argue. He just sat back and folded his hands. The quiet that followed felt like something settling in the car, a pressure more than a sound. I stopped at a gas station on the edge of a town too small for its name to matter. The rain let up enough for me to see the neon sign flickering above the pumps. I wanted coffee, maybe a moment to breathe. When I walked inside, the attendant, a man in his 50s with thick glasses, kept glancing through the windows at my car. At first, I thought he was just bored or fighting the end-of-shift glaze. But then he moved closer to the counter's edge, lowering his voice as if he didn't want to be overheard by anyone outside. He asked if everything was all right. I told him yes, that I had 2 passengers. He gave a slow nod, eyes still fixed on the car. He asked who the man in the back seat was. I didn't know what to tell him besides his name, and even that felt thin in my mouth. The attendant shook his head slightly, like he recognized something he wished he didn't. He said nothing else, but when I walked back out, he stayed near the doorway until I drove off, watching us leave the gas station's light behind. That was the first moment my nerves caught the shape of something real. Valeria fell asleep not long after, her head against the window, breath fogging a small patch of glass. Gabriel stayed awake. He leaned forward enough that I could feel him watching the road with me, tracking every turn, every change in speed. The rain thickened again, dropping into heavy sheets that limited my vision to a narrow tunnel ahead. I tried to ignore the tension in the car, focusing on the road, the dotted lines, the sound of the wipers cutting through the storm. When we reached a rest stop tucked behind a line of trees, I pulled in. I needed a break. The storm had worn me down, and my shoulders ached from holding myself so rigid. I told them we'd be stopping for a few minutes. There was no response from the back. When I glanced in the mirror, Gabriel wasn't there. The door hadn't opened, but he was gone. A jolt went through me. I unlocked the doors and stepped out, the cold air slapping against my face. The rest stop was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels staged. Rain tapped against the roof of the shelter by the bathrooms, puddles spreading across the cracked pavement. I checked the perimeter, the walkway, the picnic area. No sign of him. When I leaned back into the car to grab my jacket, my hand hit something under the rear seat. I pulled out a knife, old, worn down, the kind of blade sharpened too many times. The weight of it settled heavy in my palm. Valeria stirred then, blinking awake, asking what was happening. I couldn't explain. I just told her we needed to leave right then. She must have heard something in my voice because she didn't question it. She climbed into the front seat, buckled in, and stared straight ahead. I slid back into the driver's seat, heart thudding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat, and pulled out of the rest stop before the realization fully hit me. The man hadn't walked past us. He hadn't moved through the rain. He had simply vanished into the dark without a sound. We stayed silent as the road climbed into a stretch bordered by fields. The rain thinned to a mist, the headlights carving out a pale corridor. Then Valeria let out a sharp breath and pointed at the shoulder. I slowed almost involuntarily, eyes tracing the blur of shapes outside. There he was. Gabriel stood on the side of the road, suitcase beside him, facing the car. Not waving, not walking, not chasing us, just watching. His posture was perfect, unnatural in its stillness, his face catching the light enough to show that same expressionless calm. I accelerated before instinct could become hesitation. The moment the car picked up speed, Valeria covered her mouth, shrinking into the seat. I didn't look in the mirror again. I didn't want to see if he'd turn to watch us go. The storm finally broke as we crossed into the next county. The clouds rolled off into the hills, leaving the highway slick and gleaming. Valeria whispered that she didn't want to talk about what had happened, at least not until we reached somewhere safe. I agreed. My hands tightened around the steering wheel, the image of him standing by the road replaying in my head with every mile marker we passed. I dropped her off in a small town near the state border, a place with warm lights in the windows and the smell of chimneys burning cedar. She climbed out quickly, murmured a thank you, and rushed toward the nearest porch. I watched until she disappeared inside, then continued west alone. The silence in the car felt like a bruise. It wasn't until late the next morning, after the sun finally burned through the clouds, that I heard the news. I'd stopped at a diner in a town whose name I can't recall. Maybe I never knew it, and the muted television above the counter showed a small rest stop surrounded by police tape. A homicide had been reported just after dawn. The anchor described the suspect, a man traveling alone, carrying a suitcase, matching the exact shape and stillness I'd seen by the roadside. They didn't show his face, but they didn't have to. The description pressed down on my chest like a closing door. The victim had been found near the bathrooms, discovered by someone heading to work at a ranch outside of town. Investigators believe the suspect might have taken a ride before or after the incident. I just stared at the screen, unable to move. The waitress asked if I was all right. I nodded. I wasn't. I don't know how close I came to becoming part of that story. Close enough that the memory unsettles small towns for me even now. Close enough that every time I see a suitcase resting upright on the shoulder of a road, even in daylight, I feel a tightening across my ribs. I still drive long routes, though not as often, and never through Cold Creek. I avoid it the way people avoid houses that were left standing after a fire. Structures that look normal but carry something scorched and unspoken. That night sits in the back of my mind whenever the weather turns. Whenever headlights catch a figure where there shouldn't be one. Whenever a stranger asks for a ride from a place where the streets are too quiet. I don't think about the knife unless I'm alone on an empty highway. Rain sweeping across the windshield, and the road narrows into that familiar tunnel of darkness where anything can be standing just beyond the edge of the light. I grew up thinking our town was too small, too slow, too ordinary for anything truly dangerous to take root. The kind of place where the same 3 pickup trucks circled Main Street every weekend, where the bar lights flickered the same warm amber, and where the rain settled in for whole seasons at a time. That quiet routine was part of why our friend group had lasted so long. We weren't exciting, but we were steady. When David showed up, he slid into that routine so easily I didn't notice how quickly he'd begun rearranging it around himself. I only remember the first night I felt something was wrong. A cold pinch under my ribs as I watched him laugh with everyone like he'd known us for years. The rain outside smearing the windows of the bar in slow, greasy streaks that made the reflection of our table look warped and wrong. I didn't have a reason to distrust him then. He came in through Raoul. Said they'd met at some local community thing, a harmless volunteer project. He seemed polite enough, the kind of man who took an extra second before speaking, like he was thinking carefully about how to make you like him. In a town as small as ours, that kind of effort alone could get you adopted, and he did get adopted within weeks. He memorized everyone's drink order, the names of their siblings, where their parents worked, the stories we'd all told 100 times. He listened in a way that felt flattering at first. I didn't understand that what felt like attention was actually collection. I only started to notice the seams after a night when we were all supposed to meet at Raoul's garage. I had left early to grab something from my house, my notebook I think. And when I came back, the door to my little office room was pulled just slightly open. The streak of light on the floor made my gut twist. I didn't keep anything valuable in there, but I kept personal things. Letters, journals, scraps of old photos. The air in the room felt disturbed, like someone had walked through it recently and the space hadn't settled back yet. My desk drawers weren't exactly out of place, but they weren't right either. One was open by the width of a fingertip. Another was pushed closed, harder than I ever left it. I told myself it was my imagination, that I rushed out in a hurry, that the lie tasted thin. On my walk back to Raoul's, the rain had thickened into sheets, knocking down the last dry dust from the sidewalks. I remember passing the bar and seeing David through the fogged window. He looked completely at ease, leaning back telling a story to Clara. She was laughing, nothing unusual. That should have been reassuring, but instead the sight stuck in my mind like a splinter. I kept replaying the crack in the drawer until every step I took fell heavier. I tried to ignore it for a few days. Small towns make you feel dramatic for having instincts. Everyone knows everyone, so suspicion doesn't feel natural. But then little things started stacking. David asking questions he shouldn't have known to ask. Him mentioning details I'd forgotten I'd mentioned. Him remembering dates tied to moments that weren't his to remember. He had a way of mirroring whoever he was talking to, picking up their phrasing, their posture. At first it made him seem friendly. After I noticed it, it made him seem empty. The night I followed him, it was raining again. Cold, steady, soaking rain that made the street lamps buzz. We'd all been at the bar, same as usual, but I watched him slip out without saying goodbye. He didn't go toward his car. He walked straight down the quiet back road that led toward the older parts of town, where the houses sagged a little and the paint peeled in long strips. I kept enough distance that my footsteps wouldn't carry. The wet gravel muted everything. His building was one of the narrow duplexes tucked behind the old hardware store, the kind of place that always smelled like damp wood and leftover cigarette smoke. I watched his shadow move behind the curtains before the lights went on. I should have walked away. Instead, I circled around back, keeping low beneath the windows. One of them had a crack at the edge where the frame had warped from years of weather. Through that little split, I saw something I still can't fully reconcile with the rest of my life. The wall across from the window was covered, completely covered with photographs. Not framed, not arranged like memories. These were pinned edges overlapping edges in tight rows, like a crime board or something worse. Every one of us was there. Raoul at the gas station, Clara leaving her shift, me locking up my house. Most of the photos were taken from angles that made it clear they were shot without anyone noticing. Some were grainy, some were sharp enough to catch details in the reflections of windows. I scanned the wall until my eyes found a picture of me asleep, taken through my bedroom window, my shoulder exposed where the blanket had slipped down. The sight made something in me close tight. I backed away from the window slowly, every muscle in my body too tense. By the time I reached the sidewalk again, the rain had soaked through my jeans and I couldn't tell if I was shaking from the cold or fear. I didn't go home. I went to the bar, found Raul, pulled him aside, and told him I thought David had been in my house. Raul looked confused, almost embarrassed on my behalf. He didn't take it seriously. No one wants to believe the friendly new guy is quietly cataloging the lives of everyone he meets. The next morning, I found a note wedged under my door. No envelope, no signature, just my name on one side, and inside a single line telling me to stop interfering. The edges were wet like he'd placed it there during the rain. My house felt too quiet after I read it. I kept checking the windows, expecting to see someone watching. I tried to warn Clara that afternoon. She was always the most empathetic one, the one who'd try to understand even the worst intentions. But she didn't respond to my messages. Not that day, not the next. By the time her sister filed a missing person report, the whole town had shifted. That's how it goes here. Nothing happens until something terrible happens, and then the quiet cracks open all at once. People whispered in the aisles of the grocery store, in the church parking lot, in the doorway of the bar. Everyone said the same thing. She wouldn't just vanish. Not Clara. 2 days after she disappeared, I found another note from him. This one wasn't a warning. It was colder, more final. The kind of message that lets you know someone sees every move you make. Folded inside, it was a photograph printed on the same thin paper I'd seen on his wall. It showed Clara in a dim place I couldn't identify. Her face turned slightly away, her hands bound behind her back. I stared at it until my vision blurred. There was no explanation, no demand, no instructions, just the image and a line that made my stomach twist so hard I had to sit down. The days after that blurred. I went to the police with what I had, but by the time they checked his apartment, the walls were bare. No photos, no notes, no traces of Clara. It was as if the place had been scrubbed. People tried to comfort me, saying that maybe I misinterpreted what I saw. That fear distorts memories, but the photograph remained. I kept it locked away, the only physical proof left. The rain kept coming, the town kept shrinking, and every ordinary routine became weighted, as if the quiet itself had been hollowed out. Sometimes I catch myself watching reflections in windows, checking the corners of rooms, listening for footsteps on gravel. Small towns make you think you know who's around you. I don't think that anymore. Someone can settle into your routines, slip into your circle, memorize the patterns of your life while smiling in all the right moments. And when they're done, when they decide they've taken everything they want, they can vanish back into the same quiet streets that once felt safe. I still dream of that wall sometimes. Not the photos themselves, just the sense that our lives had been flattened and pinned there without us knowing, like we were insects under glass. Every time it rains, that memory comes back sharper. I stand at my window and watch the drops blur the view of our small town. And I wonder how many things I walk past every day without noticing, how many doors sit slightly open, how many shadows pause just long enough to observe before slipping away again. And I wonder if he's still out there somewhere, watching the same rain fall on the same streets, waiting for the routine to settle enough for him to step back in. Rain had been coming down in thin, steady sheets all evening, the kind that glistened on empty streets and made the whole town feel like it had been left on low power. That was typical for nights in Millstone, the kind of small town where the only movement after dark came from trucks rolling out to the highway, or the lone patrol car drifting past shuttered shops. I had stayed late at the office on the edge of Maine, finishing the last shift reports before the quarterly meeting, and by the time I stepped outside, the place felt hollowed out. I remember tightening my jacket and glancing across the dim lot toward the old building next door, where the management kept overflow storage. The structure had been there longer than most of the businesses around it. 4 stories of weathered concrete, with a cramped lobby and an elevator so old it still had a panel of metal buttons that rattled when you touched them. I needed a file box from the 4th floor archive, so I cut across the wet pavement and let myself in. The lobby lights buzzed overhead. I could smell the damp seeping through the old carpeting. Everything felt thinner, stretched out, the way it sometimes does when you know you're alone but still feel watched. I pressed the elevator button and heard the machinery grind to life somewhere above. When the doors creaked open, I stepped in and wiped the rain from my forehead. The cabin smelled faintly of old oil and something metallic, like a tool belt that hadn't been cleaned in ages. The interior light flickered once, and I reached for the 4th floor button. Before I could press it, someone slid through the doorway at the last second. He moved quietly, almost too quietly for a man his size. Tall, shoulders filling half the narrow space, coat soaked through as if he had been standing in the rain far longer than anyone should. He didn't say a word, just lifted his head enough for me to see his eyes beneath the shadow of a cheap ball cap. Dark eyes, sharp in a way that made my throat tighten. I gave a polite nod, the kind you give strangers in a town where everyone tends to know everyone. But he didn't return it. He stood facing the doors, breath slow, arms hanging stiffly at his sides. The elevator shuddered and began its slow climb. The building always made noise at night, the kind that echoed through empty hallways and settled deep in your stomach. But that elevator had its own vocabulary. The cables groaned above us, a hollow scraping that rose through the center of the shaft like a long exhale. I tried to focus on the dim number display as it ticked upward. Then the lights cut out. The elevator lurched violently and snapped to a dead stop between floors. The sudden stillness was louder than the machinery had been. I felt the drop in my stomach the way you do when a car hits a pothole you didn't expect. Somewhere below, a relay clicked, but nothing happened. No hum, no emergency light, just darkness so complete it felt solid, like cloth pressed directly against my eyes. I waited for the man beside me to react, maybe curse, or ask if I had a phone signal, but he stayed silent. Completely still, the only sound was the faint tapping of rain far above us, vibrating through the shaft. Then a scratch of ignition flickered ahead of me. He had lit a lighter, one of those tiny metal ones that click loudly when the flame caught. The small flame cast an orange glow against the elevator walls and across his coat. That was when I saw the stains. Dark patches across the chest and along his sleeve. At first I thought it was just rain soaking through the fabric, but the color was wrong. Too heavy, too dull. The sight of it pushed a fine chill across the back of my neck. The flame danced as he tilted the lighter, and I realized he wasn't looking at the walls or the buttons. He was looking at me. I eased back until my shoulders met the cold metal panel behind me. He kept the flame raised between us, its dim halo flickering across his face. The light pulled every hard line into focus. The set of his jaw, the tightness around his mouth, the absolute stillness in his expression. He didn't look panicked or irritated or confused by the blackout. He looked as if this was exactly where he meant to be. The elevator moaned again, a slow sway forward and back. Dust drifted down from the ceiling panel. The man leaned slightly with the movement, steady as if he had been expecting it. Then he reached into his coat pocket. The lighter flame wavered. For a moment I saw nothing but shadow, then the metal glint of something thin and pointed, just long enough to catch the light and disappear again as he closed his hand around it. It looked like a screwdriver, the kind mechanics keep in their back pockets, but he held it with intention. Blade forward, knuckles white around the handle. We were still suspended in the dark, the walls humming as the cables strained above us. The air smelled like rust and cold rainwater. The man stepped toward me, slow enough for me to see every shift of his weight. My hands were empty. I hadn't brought anything with me except my phone, and even if it had signal inside this metal box, there was no guarantee I could get to it in time. Another hard shudder hit the elevator, tipping us both. He used the motion to push forward. The lighter's flame streaked up the air as it jerked in his grip, and for a moment his face lit up sharply, jaw clenched, arm pulled back with intention. I lunged sideways. The cabin was too small for real maneuvering, but the sudden shift knocked his aim off. The tip of the tool scraped against the wall instead of my chest, leaving a thin metallic chirp. I grabbed for his wrist, fingers slipping off the soaked fabric of his sleeve, but I caught his forearm long enough to shove it upward. He grunted quiet, almost surprised, and pushed back with sudden force. We slammed into the opposite wall. The elevator rocked again, harder this time, dust raining from the ceiling. My shoulder flared with pain. The lighter flew out of his hand and clattered across the floor, rolling until the flame extinguished against the metal baseboard. Darkness swallowed us. I felt him move in the dark, a shift of weight, a short intake of breath. I swung it where I thought his arm had been a second earlier. My hand hit fabric, then a solid muscle. He gripped my jacket and pulled me forward. The other hand shoved the pointed tool toward me again, but I knocked his arm aside and felt the tool scrape my knuckles. The sting sharpened my focus. I braced a foot against the wall and pushed hard, throwing my full weight into him. He stumbled back, and his grip loosened enough for me to tear free. The elevator tilted again with a metallic groan. Something above us snapped sharply, a warning sound from deep in the cables. He reached out to steady himself, and in the faint glow of the emergency strip beneath the door, which flickered weakly to life, I saw the tool glint again. I kicked toward his hand. The impact jolted up my leg. The tool clattered against the floor. I dropped down immediately, fumbling across the metal surface until my fingers closed around the handle. The instant I had it, I shoved backward and rose to my feet. He lunged at me in the half-dark. I raised the tool, not to use it, just to keep him from closing the distance. He grabbed at my arm. I twisted. The cabin rattled violently again, harder than before, and I felt the floor shift beneath us as if the entire elevator had dropped an inch. The man lost his footing. His shoulder slammed into the door panel. Something in the mechanism groaned sharply, and a narrow gap tore open between the inner doors. Cold air rushed in from the shaft, carrying the faint smell of dust and rain. He scrambled for balance, one hand sliding across the metal as he tried to grab hold of the door frame. I didn't push him. There wasn't time for any intention. The elevator jolted one more time, a deep mechanical choke that made the entire cabin jump. His feet slipped, his hand missed the frame by an inch, and then he slid sideways through the narrow opening, disappearing into the darkness below. For a long moment, the only sound was the echo of movement drifting down the shaft. Then silence, heavy, complete. I stood there with the tool still clenched in my fist, breathing hard, eyes locked on the gap in the door. The emergency strip flickered out again, leaving me in total darkness. My heartbeat filled the cabin, loud and uneven. I pressed the door panel, then the alarm button, then every button on the board. Nothing worked. I could feel the elevator hanging there, still suspended, cables humming faintly above me. My hands shook so badly I had to put the tool down before I cut myself with it. Minutes passed, maybe more. The darkness made time impossible to measure. Eventually, a faint metallic clack echoed from somewhere above, followed by the low whir of machinery struggling back to life. The elevator shifted, creaked, and finally began to descend. The lights flickered once, then steadied in a dim, strained glow. When the doors finally opened at the ground floor, I stepped out into the empty lobby. The rain outside still tapping softly against the windows. The lobby clock read a time later than I remembered. My throat felt dry. My jacket was torn at the sleeve where he had grabbed me. I waited for someone else to appear. Security, a night custodian. Anyone but the building was silent. I walked back across the lot toward the office, watching the elevator lights blink behind me as if nothing had happened at all. The storm had eased, leaving only a thin mist drifting under the street lamps. Millstone looked exactly the same as it always did at night. Quiet, small, unremarkable to anyone passing through. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness in that shaft had opened up something older than the building itself. something the town had been holding on to long before I ever stepped into that elevator. I still take the stairs every night now, even when the climb leaves my legs aching. I don't think about the man when I can help it, and I don't ask around to see if anyone saw him before he stepped into the lobby. In a town this small, people notice strangers, or they claim they do, but no one mentioned him in the days after, and no one asked why the elevator was out of service for a week. Sometimes though, when I stay late and the building settles in the dark, I hear faint echoes rising through the stairwell, a hollow scrape, a shifting weight, a breath pulled too sharply to be the wind, and I feel that thin rush of cold air from the night the doors opened. Something moving just out of sight, somewhere below the floors we use, something that fell but didn't stop falling. And on those nights I grip the railing a little tighter and keep climbing, one step at a time, until I'm outside again under the street lamps, where the rain looks gentler and the town feels small in all the harmless ways it used to feel, before that ride in the old elevator. When I moved into that apartment on the edge of town, the rain had already soaked the gravel roads enough to turn them soft under my shoes. Small towns always have a kind of hush that settles in after dark, but that night it felt heavier, like the quiet had substance. The building sat near the old rail yard, 3 stories of fading paint and narrow windows, one of those places long past the point where anyone cared to fix it up. I told myself the price made up for the rough edges. That was what I kept repeating as I opened the door and stepped into the sharp metallic smell lingering inside. I stood in the entryway with my bags by my feet and listened to the storm tapping against the roof. The place felt oddly still, as if somebody had just stepped out a moment before. After a few minutes, I convinced myself the smell came from old plumbing or a forgotten paint can. I kept moving, checking the rooms with the small-town habit of pretending everything is normal until proven otherwise. When I reached the bedroom, the closet door stuck halfway, and a thin line of dark residue smeared across the wall as the wood scraped past it. A stain reddish, tacky, vaguely shaped, quietly waiting in the back corner. I cleaned it until the wall felt dry beneath the towel. I wanted that to be the end of it. In towns like this, you learn early not to involve yourself in things that don't ask for you by name. As I unpacked, the storm pushed wind against the windows, and the light flickered above me like it was trying to steady itself. The whole building had that half-forgotten feel, the way old small-town rentals often do. Patched drywall, floors groaning in familiar patterns, faint traces of the lives that came before. Maybe that was why I didn't notice the drawer at first. A shallow panel fitted into the closet floor, with a small notch for fingers. Inside sat a yellowing envelope marked with only one word, "Keep." The handwriting was tight, almost carved into the paper more than written. I opened it because not opening it would have felt worse. Inside were old newspaper clippings from the local weekly, the kind printed on cheap paper that yellows twice as fast in damp weather. One headline pinned my attention: "Local man found dead behind rail yard." Another, "Unsolved case still haunts blocks near depot." The victim's name was Andres. His last known address was my apartment. Someone had circled a handful of lines in pen: "Last seen entering residence." No suspect questioned. Neighbors report hearing knocking night before incident. I remembered how the landlord had rushed me through the lease, signing the day before, talking faster than people around here usually do. Folks in small towns speak like they're rationing their words for winter. He hadn't even given me the keys so much as shoved them into my hand. I folded the clippings, slid them back inside, and placed the envelope in the desk drawer. I didn't want to leave it in the closet. The storm kept its rhythm outside, while I convinced myself small towns collect secrets like dust. Annoying, inevitable, harmless, unless you stir them up. Later that night, as I stood by the front window, the street's single lamppost flickered through the rain. That's when I spotted him, the figure standing across the road, wearing a hood pulled so low it blended his face into shadow. He wasn't pacing or checking his phone. He just stood there in that small town stillness, the kind that stretches long enough to make you question your own instincts. He angled his attention toward the building, like someone checking whether a light had just come on in a house they shouldn't know anything about. I closed the curtain halfway, but for the rest of the night I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still looking. In the morning, the sky had that low, washed-out gray that meant more rain was coming. I opened the door to grab a package I thought I heard dropped off, but instead I saw the landlord at the far end of the hall with a hooded man beside him. The same posture, the same stillness. They lowered their voices as soon as I stepped out. The landlord forced a thin smile and claimed they were checking a plumbing issue. The hooded man lifted his chin just enough to meet my eyes. Something about that brief connection made the hallway feel narrower. No one came to fix the plumbing that day. I tried to shake it off by walking through town. People nodded politely but kept their voices hushed, the way residents do when they already know something you don't. Small towns have long memories. Memories of accidents, arguments, disappearances. You can feel the weight of a story without anyone telling you the words. Every time I passed someone on the sidewalk, I felt like they'd paused half a second too long after greeting me, like I'd arrived at the wrong time or in the wrong place. When I returned to the apartment, the air felt heavier, as if the building itself was exhaling slowly. I went into the bedroom to check the closet, more out of some uneasy compulsion than curiosity. The stain was back. Wet, fresh-looking. The same reddish tint I had wiped away the night before. The smell in the room sharpened, metallic and damp, as if the storm had seeped inside the walls. Before I could process that, a rapid, insistent knock hit the front door. Hard, deliberate. Not the casual rhythm of a neighbor. The kind of knock you feel more than hear. I froze. The knocks came again, sharper, like someone growing impatient. I stood in the living room, my chest tight, the sound vibrating through the thin wood of the door. When I finally gathered myself enough to look through the peephole, the hallway was empty. Small town buildings echo, but they don't lie. Someone had been standing right there, and now they were gone. That was when the feeling finally settled in. The sense that whatever had happened here before wasn't finished. Not entirely. I needed answers, or distance, or both. I found the landlord outside near the back stairs, his hands shoved deep into his jacket pockets. Rain misted across his glasses as I approached. He looked like he'd been waiting for someone, but not necessarily for me. When I asked about the previous tenant, his shoulders stiffened. He admitted the basics in quiet, clipped phrases. Yes, the man named Andres had lived in my apartment. Yes, he had died in town. Yes, it was violent. No, the landlord wasn't required to tell new tenants. His eyes flicked away when I asked about the stain. He brushed it off as old water damage. But in a town this size, you can tell when someone's lying because they move too quickly toward the end of the sentence. I left him there and returned upstairs. The hallway lights hummed overhead, flickering once as if acknowledging my return. I went to the living room window for air, but when I lifted the frame slightly, something caught my eye, scratched into the wooden side of the frame. Shallow but unmistakable. Andres, not carved with care, but pressed into the wood with hurried, desperate pressure. I stepped back, my pulse thudding in my ears. Outside, the rain softened into a thin drizzle, the kind that makes the whole town smell like wet leaves and rusting metal. I stared at the carved name until the shapes blurred. All the little pieces, the envelope, the stain, the watching figure, the knock, shifted into alignment, forming something I didn't want to name aloud. It didn't feel like I was living in someone else's old place anymore. It felt like I had stepped into the unfinished end of another person's story. I packed without thinking. Small towns teach you not to second-guess yourself when something feels wrong. I filled my bag with only what I needed and left everything else. I didn't check the closet again. I didn't want to confirm whatever instinct told me not to. When I stepped outside, the drizzle hung in the air like a fine fog. Streetlights glowed in muted halos. I walked toward the end of the block, my shoes slipping slightly on the damp road. I didn't look back until I reached the sidewalk across the street. There he was again, the hooded figure standing under the dim light near the old bus stop. He wasn't watching the building this time. He was watching me, still, intent, as if making sure I understood something, as if satisfied I had finally chosen to leave. Small towns can make silence feel like speech, and in that moment, the message was unmistakable. I turned the corner and kept walking until the building and the figure disappeared behind the curve of the street. I didn't return for the remainder of my things. Sometimes when rain rolls in from the hills and the sky goes that particular shade of gray, I remember the faint smell in the apartment and the name carved in the window frame. I think of how long the figure had been waiting, how still the town felt, how nobody said a word but everyone seemed to know the ending already. I don't know who he was. I don't know what happened in that building after I left. But every time I think of that hallway, that stain, that knock that came from no one, I'm grateful I didn't wait for answers. The town wasn't willing to give. I didn't grow up in Briar Hollow, but I'd been living there long enough to know how the streets curled in on themselves when the rain came down hard, pooling at the edges of the old clapboard houses and running in thin, rushing curtains along the gutters. That night, the water had already soaked through my cuffs by the time I reached my car, and I remember thinking only about getting home, peeling off my wet clothes, and heating up whatever leftover soup waited in the fridge. I wasn't thinking about anything strange or supernatural. I wasn't thinking about danger. I certainly wasn't thinking about murder. I only realized something was wrong after I'd tossed my keys into the cup holder and sank back into the seat. My left hand brushed against a bulge in my jacket pocket that hadn't been there when I'd put the jacket on that morning. I pulled the fabric open and found a folded scrap of paper, soft at the edges like it had been handled, but still crisp enough to hold its shape. The handwriting on the front wasn't familiar. It was tight and deliberate, like someone writing carefully with a shaking hand. I didn't mean to open it right away. I actually sat there in the dark for a moment, the rain tapping on the roof like a series of nudges telling me to leave it alone. But Briar Hollow was the kind of town where a misplaced grocery receipt could be interesting. Anything out of the ordinary felt like a pebble tossed into a still pond, so I unfolded it. The note wasn't long, just a date, 2 days from then, a time, and a street address on the north side of town where the homes were modest and close together. Underneath that, written in the same careful strokes, were a few stark words describing a stabbing, a male victim, and a woman who would be there and then run. I stared at it long enough that the rain cooled the car to a chill. I tried to laugh it off, but the sound caught in my throat. It wasn't a prank. Whoever wrote it knew too much, knew it with an impossible kind of certainty, and even though I could have thrown it away, even though I could have driven home and forgotten it, I found myself reading it again and again until the lines felt burned into my mind. I didn't tell anyone. It embarrassed me, the idea of showing it to someone and having them roll their eyes. But later that night, after I'd dried off and paced around my living room until the floorboards felt warm under my socks, I tucked the note into the drawer beside my bed, instead of tossing it into the wastebasket. I don't know why. Maybe I already knew I wasn't going to be able to ignore it. The morning before the predicted date felt like any other, which somehow made it worse. The skies stayed gray, and the air felt heavy, like the town was bracing for a storm that hadn't yet begun. People moved through the streets as if nothing waited ahead. Kids hopped puddles. A couple of older men argued outside the post office. Ordinary life moved on, oblivious. Every hour that passed made the note feel heavier in my pocket, as if the ink were sinking deeper into the paper. By late afternoon, I'd made up my mind. I was going to drive to that address. Not because I believed the note entirely, but because I wouldn't forgive myself if I didn't check. It was the kind of thing you'd regret in any direction, yet the thought of staying home felt wrong. The rain started again on my way there. It wasn't a steady drizzle this time, but a messy, slanting downpour that made the houses blur behind streaks of water on the windshield. The wipers thumped in a tired rhythm as I turned onto the narrow street where the house waited. Most homes had their porch lights on, casting dim halos into the rain. The address on the note matched a pale blue house near the corner. A single warm light glowed behind the curtains of the living room. I parked far enough away that no one would notice me. The rain helped hide me too, drumming against the roof and making everything beyond the window seem distant and muted. The time on the dashboard matched the time on the note. For a moment, I hoped nothing would happen. I hoped this would be the moment I'd laugh at myself later. Telling no one, tossing the note into the trash where it belonged. I even closed my eyes and leaned back in the seat, listening to the hard rush of water on the windshield. But then the door across the street opened. A man stepped inside. I caught only a brief silhouette of him, a jacket slung over one shoulder, the tired slump of someone returning home after a long day. It matched the note exactly, down to the way he paused at the threshold to shake the rain from his hair. Before stepping fully inside, I felt cold, not from the weather, but from something deeper, something crawling up the inside of my spine. A few minutes later, a figure rounded the corner from the sidewalk. A woman this time. Her coat hood was up, and she didn't hesitate as she approached the same house. She didn't knock. She just walked in through the still unlatched front door. The note had said a woman would be there. The timing, the way she entered, all of it lined up perfectly. I gripped the steering wheel hard enough that my nails pressed crescents into my palms. For a moment, the rain muffled everything. The house looked calm, like nothing was wrong. Then a flicker of motion caught my eye. Someone inside moving quickly, shadows cutting across the curtain in sharp angles. A few seconds passed, then more motion, more frantic this time. Then the front door flew open, banging against the siding. The woman stumbled out. Her hood had fallen back, and her hair stuck to her face in wet strands. She didn't look around. She didn't even slow, she just sprinted down the street, her shoes splashing through puddles as she vanished into the dark. I froze. I knew what I was supposed to do. Call the police, follow her, do something. But the note pulsed in my pocket like a heartbeat. It had predicted this with impossible precision, and the idea of trying to explain how I'd known felt like a trap. Still, I couldn't leave without checking on the man. I stepped out of the car into the rain, which felt colder than before. The water ran off the brim of my hood as I crossed the street, my shoes slipping on the slick pavement. When I reached the open front door, I hesitated only long enough to catch my breath. Then I stepped inside. The living room was dim. A lamp cast a soft glow across the floor, showing a neat space with a worn sofa and a coffee table covered in mail. It looked like any home in Briar Hollow. Humble, lived in, unremarkable. Then I saw the man. He was collapsed near the hallway, his body twisted as if he'd tried to run. I didn't get any closer than the threshold. I didn't need to. I could already see the terrible stillness in him, the way the room felt wrong around him. The note had been right again, down to the exact cause of his death. But I didn't look for details. I refused to let my mind fill in anything worse than I already knew. I backed out fast, nearly slipping on the wet step. When my feet hit the pavement again, I ran. I wasn't thinking about evidence or fingerprints or what someone might think if they saw me. I just needed to get away from that house, from the prediction that had unfolded exactly as written. By the time I reached my car, my breath felt sharp and thin. I drove home through the storm without looking back, gripping the steering wheel with both hands to stop them from shaking. That night, I sat in the silence of my kitchen, listening to the fridge hum and the rain batter the windows. I couldn't eat. I barely moved. I just replayed everything again and again, wondering how a stranger could have known. Morning came gray and heavy. I hadn't slept. I walked to the front door to get some air, but something scraped faintly as I opened it. A slip of paper lay on the doorstep, pinned beneath a damp pebble. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't even want to acknowledge it, but leaving it there felt worse, somehow like letting something dangerous linger too close. I picked it up. The handwriting was the same tight strokes, the same deliberate spacing. Another date, another time, another address, and another predicted murder. Different victim, different circumstances, but the same chilling certainty. I stood in the doorway, the wet paper clinging to my fingertips, and realized that whatever had started with that first note wasn't finished. Someone wanted me to witness these things. Someone wanted me to be there, to see what would happen. And now that I'd obeyed once, I didn't know if I had the strength or the choice to ignore the next one. The rain started again as I closed the door, settling over the town in a steady, suffocating curtain. Briar Hollow had always felt small to me, but that morning it felt smaller than ever, as if the streets were closing in, as if the houses leaned closer, waiting for me to move, to choose, to act. I folded the second note, but the paper felt different this time, heavier, as if the weight of it wasn't just ink and pulp, but the pull of something I couldn't escape. I slid it into the same drawer where the first one lay, the two notes touching like matching pieces of something I didn't understand. I didn't know if I would go to the next address. I didn't know what would happen if I didn't, but I knew one thing with absolute certainty. Someone out there knew the future, or wanted me to believe they did, and they weren't finished with me yet. I first noticed the rain pooling under the street lamp across from my building, the way it thinned into trembling ripples whenever a car pushed through the narrow main road that cut across our small town. I'd stepped outside only to clear my head after another restless night, but the quiet felt wrong, too heavy, too expectant. I leaned against the brick wall beside the laundromat, watching the faded open sign blink in a slow, sickly rhythm, when a pair of voices drifted from the alley behind it. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. The rain carried their words to me, sharp and unmistakable, and by the time I realized what I was hearing, I already felt a cold weight settle behind my ribs. They were talking about the network, about people going missing, and about someone I recognized from the neighborhood who had vanished a week earlier. I stayed still, listening as their boots scraped wet pavement, the two men trading details in low, certain tones. They mentioned a name everyone in town knew, someone the local paper was still calling unaccounted for. They talked about transport routes, drop spots, and an old warehouse out by the creek where the roads never stayed lit. The longer I stood there, the more the edges of the moment sharpened, as if the rain itself were trying to carve their words into my memory. When one of them muttered that they'd have to deal with the loose end, I realized they weren't talking about the missing neighbor anymore. They were talking about anyone who overheard them. A sudden scrape of metal echoed in the alley, and one of them paused mid-sentence. Then another voice, tighter and edged with suspicion, said they weren't alone. That was all it took. I backed away from the laundromat wall and moved fast, trying not to splash through the thicker puddles as I crossed the street. I didn't look behind me until I reached the corner store, and when I finally did, the alley was empty except for the falling rain. Still, I knew they had heard enough to go looking. I slipped between the rows of houses, weaving through backyards, and sticking close to fences, not stopping until I reached my apartment. I didn't feel safe, even after I locked the door. I spent the rest of the night writing everything down, every word I could remember, every detail, voices, footsteps, phrases that didn't make sense but felt important. I wrote until the sky thinned into a pale gray, and the rain softened into the steady drip of runoff from the eaves. I didn't know if the men were still searching for me, but I knew I couldn't keep this to myself. That morning I printed the report, sealed it in an envelope, and slid it through the mail slot at the small police substation on Orchard Street. I didn't wait around to talk to anyone. I just walked home through the wet hush of dawn, my pulse still stumbling in my ears. By afternoon, patrol cars were moving through our streets in slow, deliberate passes. I watched from my window as officers noted license plates, talked to residents, and made quiet rounds near the creek road. The town hadn't seen this kind of police presence in years. It felt strange, seeing cruisers cut through the quiet blocks where most people still didn't lock their doors. But it also felt like the first real sign that the fear sitting between our houses might finally be dragged into the open. Later that evening, I followed the police line of sight at a distance as they fanned out toward the warehouse I had heard mentioned. The rain picked up again, tapping against the rusted metal siding like impatient fingers. I stayed near the tree line, hidden in the dim wash of streetlight. I watched officers move in a tight formation, flashlights carving through the dark as they breached the warehouse's side entrance. A short, sharp burst of movement erupted. Shouts, boots, the clatter of someone trying to flee but slipping in the mud. Then the lights flared, and I saw them leading several men out in cuffs. One of the officers looked out across the parking lot, scanning the shadows. I stayed where I was, soaked through but steady, watching as the patrol cars pulled away with their engines humming low. The warehouse door swung open and shut in the wind, its hinges groaning like an old hinge on a barn. No one visits anymore. For a moment, the whole town felt smaller, as if the storm had squeezed it down to this single intersection of fear and relief. When I finally walked home, the streets were empty except for the runoff swirling along the gutter. A single street lamp flickered near the old bus stop, casting the sidewalk in a pale, shivering glow. I realized then that listening, really listening, might have been the only reason the truth surfaced at all. I had stumbled into something dangerous, but I couldn't unhear it, couldn't unsee the way our quiet town had frayed at the edges without anyone realizing. Now I spend my nights walking the blocks around my building, keeping an eye out not just for myself, but for the people who trust this town to stay safe. I'm not a hero or anything close. I just know what happens when someone hears something they're not meant to, and what can happen when they speak up anyway. Sometimes I still pass that warehouse road and see the muddy tracks drying into hard lines across the pavement, a reminder of how close things came to slipping back into the dark. And every time the rain starts again, tapping against the old gutters and pooling under the street lamps, I remember the voices that changed everything, and why I can't let myself stop paying attention. The rain in our town never just fell. It gathered in the gutters like something waiting. I remember that detail clearly because it was the kind of morning when my hands shook on the steering wheel as I pulled up to that apartment block on the edge of Main Street. I was halfway through a long delivery shift, the kind where the storm sits low over the rooftops and the air tastes of wet concrete. When I first saw him, he stepped out of the shadows of the overhang, clothes stiff with old sweat and rainwater, eyes too fixed on me as I fumbled the thermal bag open. I tried to focus on the order slip instead, but his stare pinned me to the spot. I'd told myself it was just another small-town oddball, but even then I felt something off tugging at me from inside that dim hallway. I kept telling myself not to read into it. In towns like ours, people knew too much about each other already, and sometimes a strange silence was just a person who preferred to be left alone. Still, every time he ordered, he waited by the stairwell before I even reached the top. Like he'd heard my steps from outside the building, he took the bags without a word, fingers twitching before he slammed the door shut, hard enough to rattle the frame. I tried to laugh it off during the drive back to the depot, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being studied. Weeks went by like that, storm after storm, deliveries at odd hours. His orders grew more frequent, all to the same cramped unit at the end of the fourth-floor hall. The building itself felt abandoned by the rest of town, with its peeling paint and quiet landings where the lights flickered as if they resented being on. Whenever I walked those halls, my footsteps sounded too loud, like they didn't belong there. Then came the night that shifted everything. It was late, past closing, the road slick, the clouds bruised purple, and I climbed the stairs with a bag that smelled like old curry. The hallway was darker than usual, the bulbs sputtering overhead. When I reached his door, I saw it cracked open just a few inches, swaying faintly with the draft. I stood still for a long moment. The storm wind hissed through the warped frame. I told myself to knock, to announce myself, to just turn around, but something thin and muffled edged through the opening, like a sound trying not to be heard. It wasn't words, more like a trapped breath or a stifled wail. I pushed the door an inch wider. The apartment smelled damp and unused, like whoever lived there kept the windows sealed tight. The living room was a mess of overturned chairs and clothes piled in corners. Papers littered the floor. A bowl of uneaten food sat congealed on a table. I whispered a hello and waited, but only the storm answered. As I stepped back into the hall, ready to pretend none of this mattered, my eyes landed on something tucked into a cracked picture frame hanging askew outside the door. A family photo. A man holding a small boy, both smiling in a way that didn't match the man I'd been delivering to. It stopped me cold. The man I knew looked hollow, someone with no room left for softness. Then I heard movement behind me, heavy, dragging footsteps. I turned, and there he was, soaked from the rain, hair stuck flat against his face, eyes red and wild. He wasn't angry exactly, more like broken open. I stepped back immediately, nodded in a clumsy attempt at courtesy, and rushed down the stairs faster than I should have, my breath shallow by the time I reached the parking lot. I avoided deliveries near that block for days after, but small towns don't care about your fears. Routes got shuffled, co-workers called out, and eventually his order popped back onto my handheld device. A grin from the dispatcher, a shrug, and suddenly I was driving straight back into the storm. This time the hallway felt different, heavier. The door was closed, but I didn't hear the usual shuffle on the other side. Instead, there was silence, the kind that thickens the air. When I knocked, the door nudged open under my knuckles. Not all the way, just enough that I could smell the stale air inside. I told myself I should leave the bag and walk away, but the memory of that muffled wail crawled back up my spine. My hand moved on its own. I pushed inside. Newspapers covered nearly every surface, taped to walls, stacked on counters, strewn across the floor. Headlines I recognized instantly from the local stations: missing women, missing children, ongoing investigations, public assistance requested. It was like walking into a shrine made of other people's nightmares. The names on the clippings were familiar in the worst way. Small towns don't lose people quietly. Something shifted deeper inside the unit. A soft scuff, like a foot dragging across linoleum. I followed it past the bathroom, past a bedroom door cracked just wide enough for a sliver of light to escape. I leaned in. A boy stared back at me. He was maybe 8 or 9, eyes wide and glassy, clothes rumpled, face streaked with dried tears. He didn't speak, didn't move, just looked at me like I was the first person he'd seen in a long time who wasn't supposed to be there. My heart kicked hard in my chest. It wasn't just fear, it was recognition. His face matched one of the clippings on the kitchen floor. Before I could say anything, a floorboard groaned in the living room. I didn't wait. I backed out, whispering that help was coming, even though I didn't know if he heard me. I slipped into the hall, pulled the door shut without making a sound, and practically ran down the stairwell, my breath echoing ahead of me like I was being chased. The police station sat beside the laundromat, its single flickering neon sign half burned out. I walked inside soaking wet, adrenaline bleeding into exhaustion. I told the officer on duty everything. Every door left ajar, every stack of clippings, every frightened look from that boy. I didn't embellish. I didn't need to. My voice shook enough to convince him. They moved fast after that. Cars pulled out from behind the station, lights off to avoid drawing attention, tires hissing on the slick pavement. I stood across the street under the awning of the hardware store as the officers climbed the stairwell of that building I'd learned to dread. For a moment, the whole block held its breath. After they entered, the storm rose again. Thunder rolled over the rooftops as more police cars arrived, then an ambulance, then unmarked sedans. I watched the beams of their flashlights move through the windows like frantic insects. Eventually, they brought people out. Slowly, carefully, wrapped in blankets, surrounded by medics. One of them was the boy. I didn't stay long. I didn't want to hear explanations or details. In small towns, truths travel fast enough on their own, and some truths are better left to the officers and the families they reunite. I walked back to my car under the hard rain, feeling the weight of the night settle in my chest. I still drive past that building sometimes. The windows are dark now, the unit sealed off. The whole place looks emptier than before. But every so often when a storm rolls through and the streetlights flicker, I glance at that 4th floor corner and remember the thin line between a routine delivery and a door you should never have pushed open. I first noticed the note because it didn't belong in the pile of routine forms scattered across my desk. Someone had folded it into a tight square, the edges damp from the rain outside. the handwriting small enough to suggest the writer didn't want anyone to see it. It had been passed to a clerk at the welfare office, tucked between applications. All it said was, "Please help, don't call from here." Most tips that reach us are vague, spiteful, or drunken misunderstandings. But this one felt different. The paper trembled between my fingers as I read it again. The ink wavered in places, the way it does when someone writes too fast or with too much fear. I didn't know who the woman was, but I could picture her already. Head down, hands fidgeting in her lap, checking constantly over her shoulder. I've seen that kind of fear in small towns like ours. It tends to grow quietly between neighbors who pretend nothing is wrong. I called my partner and we drove out just as the storm rolled in, the clouds wide and heavy over the low streets. The kind of sky that makes the whole town feel like it's holding its breath. The address scribbled on the back of the note led us to a slum just past the old railroad tracks. The streets narrowed as we drove deeper. Houses leaned into each other, their windows patched with cardboard or garbage bags. Rain slicked the uneven pavement and turned the ditches into dark trenches. I killed the siren a block early. Disturbing the wrong person in a town this small is like tapping the shell of a wasp nest. You don't know what might come pouring out. We parked beside a sagging house covered in peeling gray paint. The porch tilted forward, and the front door hung slightly open. A weak yellow light pulsed in one of the upstairs windows, as though someone had set a lamp behind a curtain that fluttered with every gust of the storm. I stepped out into the rain and could hear the wind pushing water across the gutters like handfuls of nails skittering over metal. Inside, the air hit me first, stale, heavy, and layered with a smell I recognized from past calls. Something between mildew and unwashed clothes left too long in a sealed room. My boots tapped against soft, warped floorboards as I moved through the front room. My partner took the left side of the hallway, nodding toward a staircase that ran up the far wall. A single path of clean footprints cut through the dust on the stairs. Small, almost certainly belonging to a woman. That matched the note. We followed the prints up the creaking steps, announcing ourselves in firm, steady voices. A small sound answered, a shifting maybe, or a startled inhale. I opened the door at the end of the hall and found a woman sitting on the edge of a mattress that sagged in the middle. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. She didn't rush toward us or plead. She kept her eyes fixed on the floor as if afraid to look directly at help. I told her we'd received her message and were here to assist, but something in her posture warned me she wasn't the only one we needed to find. Before I could ask, a sound rose from downstairs, high, thin, and unnatural. It wasn't a scream, more like the keen of failing machinery. It pierced the walls and rattled the banister under my hand. The woman on the bed flinched hard enough that her shoulder hit the wall. I could see in the tremor of her breath that the noise meant something specific, something she expected. We moved quickly, leaving her where she sat but promising to return. My boots hit the stairs faster this time and the noise sharpened as we descended. It seemed to come from a far corner of the house, beneath us. We found the door to the basement wedged behind a stack of old boxes. The hinges were coated in rust, yet the door was locked with a new padlock. I smashed it with the heel of my flashlight and pushed my way in. The darkness inside was absolute. My light barely cut through it, as if something thick hung in the air. The basement smelled of damp earth and stale breath. The walls glistened with condensation. I called out, but the only response was the shivering squeal we'd heard earlier. Softer now, but still slicing through the stillness. I stepped forward, sweeping my light. That's when I saw the children. 4 of them, huddled together in a corner, their faces pale in the beam of my flashlight. They weren't screaming. They watched me the way wild animals watch a stranger, hopeful but afraid to trust the moment. Their clothes hung loose, their knees pulled tight to their chests. They blinked slowly, adjusting to the light after who knows how long in the dark. I told them we were there to help and that they would be safe, but their eyes drifted past me towards something else. A movement in the shadows drew my attention. My light found another figure, a woman chained to one of the support beams. Her wrists were raw where the metal cuffs rubbed. She stared at me as though I were a hallucination, her chest rising and falling too fast. I knelt beside her and examined the chain. It was newer than the rest of the basement, clean metal against the rotten wood. Just as I reached for the lock, I heard footsteps behind us, slow, deliberate, and coming down the stairs. My partner swung his light toward the sound. The beam caught a man's outline, wide shoulders closed damp from the storm, face shadowed. For a second, the only sound in the basement was the dripping from the pipes overhead. Then he lunged. The struggle was tight and vicious in the cramped space. He tried to get past us toward the children, but we blocked him. My partner moved fast, pinning him against the wall. I drove my shoulder into his ribs to keep him from throwing his weight into the kid's corner. He fought in silence, jaw locked, eyes wild. It felt less like fighting a man and more like trying to carry the full force of the storm on my back. But desperation gives you its own kind of strength, and after a few more seconds, we forced him to the ground and secured his hands. For a moment, I just stood there, breath loud in my ears, steadying myself while the children stared from their corner. The chained woman didn't speak, but tears tracked down the sides of her face, cutting clean lines through the dirt. I told her we had him, and that she was coming out with us. Her mouth shook as she nodded. I freed her with a pocket tool I always keep in my jacket. The lock clicked open with a sound that seemed far too small for what it meant. She flinched at first when the chain fell away, as though expecting punishment for moving. The children stayed close together, watching her. One reached out and touched her sleeve, a gesture so careful and gentle, it made the whole room feel still. We moved up the stairs slowly, the woman leaning into me when her legs weakened. The children followed in a small cluster, eyes wide as they re-entered the light and air of the upper floor. Rain still battered the windows. Thunder rolled over the rooftops and shook the thin walls of the house. My partner stayed behind until backup arrived to take custody of the man who had burst into the basement. Even with cuffs on, he glared after us with an expression I'll never forget. Not anger, not fear, but something colder. Something like a man watching his livelihood crumble. Outside, the storm hit us full in the face. The woman beside me winced at the brightness of the patrol cars, even though their lights were muted in the rain. The oldest child reached for my coat, gripping it with a strength that told me he'd been bracing himself for a moment like this for a long time. I guided them toward one of the waiting vehicles, shielding them from the wind as best I could. The upstairs woman, the one who had slipped the note, stood on the porch under the weak shelter of the leaning roof. She didn't look at the other woman or the children. She stared at the ground, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. I realized then that she'd been kept separate by design, living under the same roof but cut off from them through threat or fear. She had found the one chance she could, passing that tiny note along with the routine paperwork. It must have taken all she had to do it. The drive back to the station was slow. Floodwater crept across the roads and fallen branches cluttered the shoulders. The children sat bundled together in the back seat, clutching blankets an officer had brought from the trunk. Every now and then, one of them glanced out the window at the passing streetlights, as if trying to understand that the night could hold something other than that basement. At the station, medical staff waited to check them over. They moved gently, speaking in calm, even tones. I stepped aside to give the family space, but stayed close enough for them to see. I wasn't leaving. The chained woman never let go of the hand of the smallest child, and the upstairs woman watched from the doorway as if she didn't know whether she belonged inside the room with them. The investigation unfolded over the next few days. The details collected piece by piece. The chained woman had endured what she described as a long time in that basement. The children had been kept down there as well, but the upstairs woman had been allowed more freedom, perhaps as a way for the perpetrator to maintain control over the entire household. I don't know the full history and didn't need to. The medical team and specialists handled that part. What mattered to me was seeing them safe, seeing them breathe without fear. In small towns, people like to imagine they know everything about their neighbors, their routines, their tempers, their secrets. But houses like that one remind me how much darkness can hide behind sagging siding and drawn curtains. How much can happen in silence with only a rainstorm as witness. When I think back on the night, it's not the confrontation that stays with me. Or even the moment we found the basement door. It's the note. The tiny folded thing passed through trembling fingers at a welfare office. It was the smallest call for help I'd ever seen, yet it carried enough weight to pull us straight into a hidden world behind the tracks. Even now, when storms roll over town and the gutters fill, I think about the way that basement felt when we first stepped inside, the way the children looked up at the sudden beam of light. A single choice had carried us there. One plea written small enough to hide between the lines of an ordinary form. Sometimes that's all it takes. One fragile message reaching the right hands at the right moment. One voice deciding not to stay silent anymore. I still drive past that part of town sometimes. The house stands empty, waiting for whoever owns it to tear it down. The porch sags a little farther every month, the roof dipping like the spine of something too tired to keep standing. No one goes near it, maybe out of respect, maybe out of fear of what it witnessed, even boarded up and abandoned. It feels like a reminder that silence grows in places where people look the other way. But on that night, someone didn't. Someone folded a note, slipped it between papers, and trusted a stranger to do something about it. And because of that, 4 children and 2 women stepped out of a storm-soaked house and breathed free air again. Every time I think back on it, I feel that moment. The door opening, the rain hitting my face, the children clinging together, the weight of the storm behind us and the world shifting in front of us. That's the kind of horror small towns hold, hidden away until the right crack lets the truth out. And once you've seen it, you don't forget. Not ever. I was the last one left in the building that night, long after the others had hurried home ahead of the storm. In a small town like ours, people moved with the weather, shutting down early when the clouds took on that greenish bruise that meant trouble. I stayed because the quarterly reports were due at sunrise, and I knew if I didn't finish them tonight, they'd sit heavy on my desk the next day. The power flickered once, twice, then steadied. Rain hammered the windows hard enough to bow the glass. The building felt hollow at that hour, the kind of empty that made every footstep echo a little too sharply. I was gathering my things when I heard it, a single scream that rose from somewhere below me. It sliced clean through the storm's noise, raw and panicked, too abrupt to be anything but real. I froze with my hand still on the strap of my bag. For a long second I waited for another scream, something to clarify what I thought I had heard, but only the groan of the wind answered. Every part of me wanted to believe it was the building settling, or the weather throwing its weight against the walls, or anything other than a person yelling for help. But I'd heard fear in that voice. There was no mistaking it. I left my bag on the desk and stepped into the hallway. The lights were dim from the power-saving mode, casting a yellow tint over the corridor. My shoes squeaked on the waxed floor as I moved toward the stairwell. It felt colder near the elevators, like the air was leaking in from somewhere it shouldn't be. I pushed open the stairwell door and let it close behind me, the thud echoing down the concrete shaft. The scream had come from the lower level 1 floor down, near the maintenance corridor that stretched toward the back exit. That part of the building always unnerved me. Too many corners, too many spots where the lights flickered even on calm days. When I was a kid, my grandmother used to warn me that small towns didn't need old legends to be haunted. People carried enough darkness on their own. Walking down those stairs in the half-light, I found myself remembering her voice. I reached the landing and heard something muffled arguing, a man's voice cutting sharp and vicious through the hum of the emergency lights. Then a woman's voice strained and shaking. I moved faster, gripping the railing, as the sound snapped into clarity. The man wasn't just arguing, he was threatening her. Every word he spat seemed to hit the walls and ricochet back, in a way that made the hallway feel narrower. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I saw them at the far end of the corridor. The woman was struggling against him, her arm twisted as he tried to drag her toward the exit doors. His other hand flashed with something metallic as he jerked her forward. The knife looked even brighter under the fluorescent lights, catching a cold reflection off the wet floor tiles where the storm had blown water under the old door seals. I stayed still at first, trying to understand what I was seeing, hoping for some explanation that made sense. But the moment he yanked her again, hard enough that she stumbled. I felt something in me shift. I didn't think about what I was supposed to do, or whether I should call someone. I just moved. I stepped into the hallway and yelled at him to stop. The sound bounced off the walls louder than I expected, loud enough that the man spun around. His eyes were wide and angry, but behind that anger there was something else, something wild and desperate. For an instant I thought he might run. Instead he shoved the woman toward the door and came at me with the knife in his hand. I backed up, trying to keep the distance between us, but he closed the space fast. His boots slapped against the wet floor, sending thin sprays of water out with each step. I grabbed the nearest thing I could reach, a metal sign stand near the stairwell door, and held it out between us. The blade scraped across the frame, the sound sharp enough to make my teeth ache. He shoved again, forcing me back until my shoulders hit the wall. The storm outside boomed loud enough to shake the fixtures. The lights flickered. His arm came up for another swing, and I threw the sign stand forward with everything I had. It hit him in the forearm, knocking the knife loose. The clatter of metal on tile broke something in the moment, scattering his confidence. He lunged at me barehanded, but by then the woman had come back. She grabbed his arm, pulling him off balance just long enough for me to wrestle him to the floor. He fought like someone who had nothing left to lose, kicking, twisting, trying to get his hands around the knife, even as it slid out of his reach. The woman helped hold him down, bracing her weight on his legs. The whole hallway smelled like rain and old concrete, and the storm outside roared so loudly that I wondered if anyone could hear what was happening in here. I pinned his shoulder and pressed my knee into his back, waiting for some sign that he was done fighting. He wasn't, even with the two of us holding him. He kept trying to reach for the knife, fingers scraping uselessly against the tile. I don't know how long it took for the police to arrive. It felt like one long, breathless stretch of time, where the only thing that existed was holding him down and listening for footsteps. When the door finally burst open and the officers moved in, it was almost disorienting. They pulled him from under us and cuffed him, lifting him to his feet as he shouted and twisted against their grip. The hallway felt quiet after they took him away, even with the storm still pounding at the building. The woman leaned against the wall, breathing hard, rainwater dripping from her hair and sleeves. One of the officers checked the knife, bagged it, and asked us questions in low, steady tones. I answered the best I could while trying to make sense of how fast everything had shifted from silence to chaos. When they finally told us we were safe, the words took a moment to sink in. Safe didn't feel quite real yet. The building was still humming under the weight of the storm, and the fluorescent lights flickered like they were straining to stay on. The woman thanked me in a quiet voice before the officers led her toward the front, to finish giving her statement. I stood alone in the corridor for a moment, listening to the wind drag itself along the side of the building. Small towns have a way of holding on to stories like this, folding them into the quiet places people don't talk about until something forces the truth to the surface. I'd always thought of that building as a harmless place, a stack of offices, old wiring, scuffed floors, nothing more. But that night showed me how a familiar place can turn unfamiliar in an instant. How darkness doesn't need legends or ghosts to settle into the corners. Sometimes it's just people, carrying their own storms inside them, waiting for a moment when they think no one is watching. I turned back toward the stairs. The air still cold and damp. The corridor empty again. The storm outside kept dragging its knuckles along the windows. As I made my way up, each rumble reminding me how close danger can sit beneath the surface of an ordinary night. And even now, when I think of that moment, the scream, the hallway, the knife catching the light, I can still feel the echo of it in the quiet parts of this small town, where shadows stretch longer than they should, and memories settle deep into the walls. I grew up on the edge of a small town where the woods always felt closer than the houses, like the tree line leaned in a little farther each year. On most days, the forest trail behind my street was my break from everything else. I walked it the way some people pray, quietly, regularly, hoping the rhythm would settle something inside me. That afternoon, the light was flat and gray, the kind that makes shadows look like stains, and even though I'd traveled that path since childhood, I felt an edge to the air I couldn't name. The breeze was thin, barely brushing the leaves, and every step seemed to land louder than it should. I kept going because that's what I did. I walked until my head cleared or the sun dipped. But the silence that day didn't clear anything. It settled in. The deeper I went, the more that silence felt arranged. Usually I'd hear something, birds trading calls, squirrels rattling branches, but all of it had drained away as if the trail had been sealed off. Even my breathing felt too sharp. I slowed down once or twice, thinking maybe I'd taken a wrong turn, but the landmarks were the same. The split cedar stump, the fallen log that had sunk into the soil over the years, the narrow bend where the trees grew close enough to brush both shoulders. Nothing had changed, yet something was wrong. I tried to tell myself it was just the weather, or that I was picking up on some shift in the season. Small towns make you good at inventing harmless explanations, but the quiet pressed in deeper as I approached the trail's midpoint, and I remember thinking the air felt tense, like someone had been waiting. It happened so cleanly that for a moment I thought I'd walked into a dream. One heartbeat the trail was empty, the next it was filled. Men stepped out from both sides of the path, 6 or 7 of them, maybe more, and they moved with a calm, practiced precision that made my stomach drop. They wore tactical gear, dark clothing, heavy vests, gloves, boots that barely stirred the dirt. None of it had markings, no badges, no patches, nothing to explain who they were or why they were there. They didn't shout or rush me. They just closed off the path in a smooth, deliberate ring, each man watching me the way someone watches a fuse burn. I froze. That was my first instinct. Not to run, not to speak, just to stop so completely I felt like part of the trail. My hands hung uselessly at my sides, and I tried to measure the situation with the smallest, quickest glances I could manage. I remember the smallest details, the scuffed knuckles on someone's gloves, a bead of sweat tracking through dust on another man's jaw, the soft rasp of a strap tightening when one of them shifted his rifle. None of them said anything at first. They only watched me. The one in front, the one closest to me, moved a hand to the radio on his vest, but didn't press it. Instead, he studied my face as if comparing it to something he'd been shown. Then he told me, in this low, steady voice, "We found you." 4 words, spoken without accusation or relief, just a statement he seemed absolutely sure of. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My mouth wouldn't shape any sound. The only thing I felt was a slow, rising confusion that made the world tilt. Another man stepped forward with a folded map in his hands. He opened it across his forearm, pointed to something, and looked at me like he expected recognition. The entire group shifted slightly, watching me for a reaction. I didn't know what they thought they were showing me. It could have been a neighborhood or an empty field for all I knew. But the implication was clear. They believed I was someone else, someone they had been tracking. My heartbeat thudded so loudly I was sure they heard it. I tried to speak then, to tell them I didn't know what they meant, but my voice barely rose above a whisper. One of the men nearest my right side reacted instantly, stepping in close enough that I felt his presence like a wall. I backed up a step instinctively, but another man was already behind me. The circle had tightened. Every opening I saw closed as soon as I looked at it. I felt the first pulse of fear then, sharp and bright. Not because I thought they'd hurt me, but because I realized how completely they'd cut me off from the world. If I screamed, no one would hear. If I ran, I wouldn't get far. My town might have been close in miles, but it felt like I'd slipped out of it entirely. The man with the map kept pointing, waiting for an answer I couldn't give. Someone else muttered something under his breath, too low for me to understand the words, but the tone told me they were frustrated. Another shifted his weight as if anticipating an order. The air grew tighter. I took a small step backward, not enough to look like a run, just enough to reclaim an inch of space. My foot hadn't even settled when the man behind me blocked the movement with a single, casual repositioning of his leg. It wasn't threatening, but it was final. They controlled the entire situation. The leader, or at least the one who acted like it, didn't look away from me. His stare was clinical, measuring. He tilted his head as if considering how to proceed, and for a heartbeat the woods felt impossibly still, the whole world waiting on the next sentence. I thought he might demand identification or drag me somewhere. I thought he might call someone on his radio or give a signal that would change everything. Instead, he said nothing. He took a slow, deliberate breath and looked over my shoulder toward the deeper woods, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Whatever he heard, or whatever he thought he heard, changed everything. He lowered the map with a sharp motion and gave a single, abrupt command: withdraw. One word. The men reacted instantly. The circle loosened, the stairs broke, and they peeled away from the trail in different directions, slipping through the trees with the same practiced quiet they'd used to arrive. No final warning, no explanation, no acknowledgement of their mistake. In seconds, the path was empty again. Only the crushed dirt where their boots had pressed remained. I didn't move for a long moment. I kept expecting one of them to return, or call me back. My pulse was still racing, and my hands trembled in a way I couldn't control. The woods around me stayed silent, as if the forest itself was waiting to see how I would respond. When I finally found the nerve to turn around, there was nothing. No branches shifting, no distant footfalls, nothing but the emptiness they'd left behind. The trail stretched forward like an open road, but I couldn't make myself walk it. I retraced every step back toward town, checking over my shoulder every few seconds. The woods felt wrong in a new way. Not tense, not hostile, just hollow. Like the presence of those men had scraped something out of the air and left a vacuum behind. When I reached the first hint of the neighborhood, the faint hum of a lawnmower somewhere, the smell of cut grass, I finally exhaled the breath I'd been holding. Small towns have stories, and most of them start with someone seeing something strange in the woods. Usually they're harmless. Odd lights, an animal no one can identify, a noise that echoes the wrong way. But this wasn't a story I could trade across a porch railing, or laugh about in the grocery line. I didn't tell anyone. Not then. Not for a long time. I wasn't sure what I'd walked into. I only knew it wasn't meant for me. Sometimes when the weather turns flat and gray like it was that day, I think about the moment the men disappeared into the trees. Not the fear, not the confusion, but that single instant when the leader looked past me into the woods, as if he saw someone or something that changed his mind. That look bothers me more than the rest of it. It makes me wonder whether they mistook me for someone dangerous, or whether they realized too late that they weren't the only ones out there. I still walk the trail sometimes, but never alone for long. The woods don't feel hostile now, just watchful, as if holding its breath for whatever those men expected to find. And every so often, at the midpoint of the path where the silence once closed around me, I'll stop and listen. The forest stays quiet, but that quiet no longer feels empty. It feels aware. I keep walking anyway. That's what I've always done. But I never shake the sense that one day the woods will remember me the way those men did, with that same fixed attention, that same certainty that they had finally found who they were looking for. I was halfway back from a late shift when the rain closed in over the empty stretch of road outside town. The kind of curtain-thick weather that makes headlights look swallowed whole. I eased off the gas as I passed the old grain co-op, and that was when I saw him standing at the edge of the shoulder, soaked through, motionless, and facing my car. I would have dismissed him as another stranded local if not for the way his face caught my high beams. It was my face. Same jawline, same tired eyes, same rain-matted hair, as if he had stepped out of my reflection and planted himself there in the mud. I drove past with my hands locked around the wheel, trying not to look in the rear view as the road curved into darkness. By the time I got back to my apartment on the south side of town, the rain had picked up, pinging the metal railing outside my building. I kept telling myself it had been a trick of the light, or some stranger who happened to resemble me. But when I pulled into the lot and killed the engine, he was already there. Same clothes as before, water dripping off him in thin lines, standing under the single blown-out security lamp. No motion, no attempt to hide, just static attention pointed toward my door. I walked past him without slowing, pretending not to see the way his head tilted almost imperceptibly toward me. I barely slept. Every time a pickup growled down the street, I imagined him stepping up onto the walkway. At dawn, I forced myself through my usual routine and drove to work, hoping distance would break whatever spell I'd let creep under my skin. But small towns talk, and when my supervisor called me into her office, she already had a stack of printed photos laid out on her desk. The first image showed someone, me, or the closest possible copy, moving through the fenced loading area behind the abandoned textile mill west of Maine. Another shot showed him handing something off to two rough-looking men beside a rusted industrial tank. My supervisor said the police had come by asking questions, wondering if I'd been near that property after hours. I remember staring at the photos and feeling like the walls were closing in, even though the building was windowless and humming with fluorescent steadiness. I drove to the textile mill the moment my shift ended, staying on the back road so I wouldn't have to pass the co-op again. The mill's security shed still had power, one of the few things in town that hadn't been stripped clean, and through the dusty monitor I saw him inside the warehouse. He walked with two other men, pointing at crates, and speaking in sharp gestures I couldn't hear. They all reacted to him like he belonged, like they trusted him. Watching them, I understood the risk I was carrying just by standing in that shed. Anyone catching a glimpse of me from the road would have matched me to the grainy photos circulating around the department. I backed out before anyone looked my way, and slipped down the overgrown trail behind the building. That night, I checked the local news sites looking for some report of a break-in or arrest, but the town was quiet in the way it gets when something is wrong beneath the surface. I searched motel listings until I found one with enough anonymity to make sense. A rundown motor lodge near the highway that drew in transient workers and people who didn't want to be seen. I drove there after dark, keeping my headlights off as I rolled into the lot. The air smelled of wet dust and old cigarettes. A single neon letter flickered in the motel sign. I tried to convince myself I was just confirming a suspicion, but deep down I knew he would be there. I saw him through the thin curtains of a ground floor room. He was pacing with a bag slung over one shoulder, pausing now and then to check the parking lot. I crept along the wall, my shoes sliding on the slick pavement, each step angled toward the side window. I wanted to confront him, to ask why he had chosen me, my face, my life, as his disguise. When he turned toward the window, I felt the full weight of what he'd done. His expression wasn't mine. The features matched, but the intent behind his eyes was colder, more decisive, like he was only ever pretending to wear my skin. I moved to circle around to the door, but flashing blue lights swept across the lot before I reached it. A convoy of law enforcement vehicles rolled in, tires hissing over the puddles. Officers spilled out, some moving toward the stairs, others toward the room where my double had been preparing to leave. For a second, I thought they were there for me, that they had tracked my car or followed the rumors back to the mill, but all their focus drilled straight into that one door, as if they had been watching him long before I stumbled into the mess. I ducked behind the ice machine enclosure, heart pounding as the motel erupted in shouts and slamming boots. The door to his room splintered inward. Someone yelled for him to get down. Through the gaps in the enclosure, I saw movement, his silhouette collapsing under the rush of officers, while the bag he carried slid across the floor. No one looked my way. No one even considered I might be close enough to touch the wall of the room where my life had been stolen and repurposed. I slipped back to my car and merged onto the highway before the backup units arrived. The rain had eased, leaving the asphalt dark and reflective. As I drove, I kept checking the rearview mirror for any trace of him, half expecting to see that same still figure standing by the roadside, the way he had the night all of this began. But the shoulders were empty. The town fell away behind me in quiet fields and scattered lights. I didn't go home. I didn't even stay in the county. I followed the highway until the landscape became unfamiliar, and the last thread tying me to that town felt thin enough to break. I still don't know how long he had been wearing my face, or why I was the one he chose. Maybe I was just another small-town stranger to him, someone unremarkable enough to slip into without being noticed. But every time I pass a reflective window now, I check twice, once for myself and once for whatever might be waiting behind the glass. patient and silent in the way he stood on that rain-slick road. I grew up thinking small towns were built on trust. You wave to the same people every morning, hear the same trucks rumbling down the same roads, and the courthouse sits like a tired old sentinel at the center of everything. That familiarity used to calm me. It was the reason I agreed to testify in the first place. I told myself that standing up for what was right mattered, even if the man on trial had a stare that made the room feel colder every time he looked my way. The morning I took the stand, the sky was heavy with storm clouds, the kind that flatten the light and make the sidewalks look like dull metal. I remember tightening my grip on the railing as I walked up, feeling the whole room watching me. The prosecutor had warned me ahead of time not to look at the defendant unless I had to. I tried not to, but when I spoke about what I saw that night behind the gas station, my eyes drifted and he was already staring. He didn't blink, he didn't move. He just watched me like he was committing every detail of my face to memory. People talk about intuition like it's unreliable, but I swear I felt something in that moment shift under my skin. A pressure, like a warning. It didn't help that his lawyer kept objecting every time I described anything that hinted at violence, as though trimming off the rough edges could change what had already happened. My voice shook more than I wanted it to, and each time I paused, the silence in the courtroom felt too thick, too expectant. I asked for police protection twice during breaks. Both times an officer told me they'd keep an eye on things, but the trial was stretched thin, and manpower was low, and the sheriff wasn't convinced the defendant had enough reach to be dangerous on the outside. Small town logic. Everybody knows everybody. So how bad could it be? When the storm finally broke in the afternoon, thunder rattled the courthouse windows. The judge recessed early. I drove home through sheets of rain that made the road vanish under my headlights. I tried to tell myself that the unease gnawing at me was just leftover adrenaline. Then I parked closer to my building than usual and jogged the short path to the entrance, rain soaking through my jacket before I even got my keys out. Inside, the apartment felt too quiet. I made a loop through the rooms, checking the windows, checking the locks. Everything looked fine. Routine. That helped. I heated some canned soup, set the bowl down on the coffee table, and tried to focus on the TV for a while. Though every loud gust of wind outside made me jump, it was just past 9 when the power went out. The storm had been hammering the town all night, so losing electricity wasn't surprising, but the timing felt wrong. The apartment plunged into darkness, so suddenly that the afterimage of the TV stayed burned into my vision. I stood completely still for a moment, listening to the rain slap against the building, the distant groan of thunder rolling over the hills. Then I heard something else, a sound that didn't belong to the weather, a slow, deliberate step on the staircase outside my door. I froze. Our stairwell creaks when someone walks on it, a quirk of old construction, but this sounded heavier, like the boards were being tested. Another step followed, then another. I backed up until I felt the wall against my spine, my breath shallow. A branch could have hit the side of the building. Maybe water had pooled somewhere and shifted the boards. That was what I tried to believe while my heart thudded against my ribs. The steps stopped right outside my apartment. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just listened. For a long moment, the storm filled every part of the silence. Then the doorknob twitched. I reached for my phone, but the battery had drained earlier, and I hadn't thought to plug it in before the outage. A sharp tap hit the door. Not a knock, more like the edge of something metal making testing contact with the wood. I could see nothing, but every hair on my arms rose. Another tap, then a scraping sound, low and steady, near the lock. I edged toward the window by the kitchen, not the one facing the stairwell, but the side window overlooking the narrow alley between buildings. The glass was trembling from the wind. The frame wasn't new, and I knew it didn't latch tightly, but it was the only route that didn't take me right past the front door. Behind me, I heard the unmistakable sound of the lock being probed. Whoever was out there wasn't rushing. They were confident, patient. like they expected to get in. I slid my fingers under the window frame and pushed upward. It stuck for a moment, swollen from the humidity, but the next shove forced it open. Rain blew inward immediately, cold and sharp. The drop to the ground wasn't deadly, but it wasn't safe either. A good 6 or 7 feet onto uneven gravel. I'd land badly. I knew that, but I also knew I didn't want to be inside when that door gave way. A sharp click sounded behind me, the deadbolt shifting. I didn't look back. I climbed onto the sill, took a breath that felt too thin, and pushed myself out. The air was icy as I fell. My shoulder hit the ground first, pain flaring down my arm. My palms scraped against the gravel as I scrambled up, nearly slipping on the wet stones. I heard the front door fly open behind me, slammed hard enough that the sound punched through the storm. I ran. The alley emptied onto the main street, which was nearly deserted at that hour. The rain blurred everything into silver streaks. I sprinted toward the only building I knew would still have people inside, the small hotel near the center of town. Its lobby stayed open late for travelers who got stuck behind slow-moving storms. By the time I burst through the glass doors, I was soaked through, shaking so hard the clerk stepped back in surprise. I didn't give him a chance to ask anything. I told him there was someone after me, that I needed the police, and I needed them right then. He picked up the phone without hesitation and made the call. I stayed close to the counter, trying to keep my eyes on both the front entrance and the hallway leading toward the rooms. The power was still on there, humming through the overhead lights, warm and steady. That alone almost made me cry with relief. I didn't feel safe, but I wasn't in the dark anymore. The storm kept battering the front windows, but the uniform glow of the lobby made it feel like the world had at least paused long enough to keep me breathing. The police arrived quickly. 2 officers escorted me to a back office, where I tried to explain what happened. My words felt clumsy, tumbling over one another. They asked if I saw the man's face. I hadn't. I only knew the timing, the manner, the intent. One of them radioed another unit to check my apartment. The longer I waited, the worse the anxiety got. Every minute stretched until it felt like its own hour. When the report came in, the officer's eyebrows tightened. The front door had been forced. They found clear signs of someone inside, but the man was gone. One of the windows was still open, rain pouring into the kitchen. They didn't find anything else, but that alone was enough. They brought me to the station, sitting me in a small warm room until a detective arrived. By then, the adrenaline had drained out of me, leaving exhaustion behind like a heavy coat I couldn't take off. The detective told me the words I had already guessed but didn't want confirmed. The defendant had connections outside the county, people willing to do favors, people who knew how to lean on witnesses. An informant had come forward that night after hearing something he didn't think he should have heard. The defendant had ordered someone to deal with the problem. The timing matched exactly with when the power in my apartment failed and when those footsteps started up the stairs. They moved me to a protected hotel room under guard for the rest of the trail. I tried to sleep, but every knock on a door somewhere in the building made my pulse spike. Whenever the storm outside rattled the window, my mind replayed that moment on the staircase, the heavy step that told me without words that I had been found. The trial's final days passed like a long frayed rope. Each time I walked back into the courtroom, escorted by officers, I felt the defendant stare before I saw it. But something had changed. He didn't look confident anymore. He avoided looking at the jury. His lawyer looked tired, frustrated. It was the prosecution's turn to be patient. The conviction came down late in the afternoon. The sky washed clean after days of rain. When the judge read the verdict, I felt something inside me unclench so sharply I had to steady myself on the bench. The defendant was taken away in handcuffs, but even then I didn't feel triumphant, just relieved and deeply tired. Later, when I packed what was left of my belongings from the apartment, I stood for a moment in the doorway, listening to the distant hum of normal town life. Cars passing, someone talking on their porch, a dog barking somewhere down the block. Everything looked ordinary, exactly the same as before, but I wasn't the same. Not after hearing those footsteps, Not after feeling someone's intent press through a door on the darkest night the town had seen in years. Small towns build themselves on the idea that people look out for one another, and most of the time that's true. But standing in that quiet apartment, I realized something else. Danger doesn't need a city to grow. It can find you anywhere, even on a familiar street, even in a place you thought you understood, even in a home that once felt safe enough to leave the lights off at night. I still testify when I'm asked to, but I don't underestimate anyone anymore, and I always pay attention to every sound in the hallway, especially when the weather turns rough. A storm can hide a lot. Footsteps, intentions, the things people don't want to speak aloud. I learned that the hard way, and some nights when the wind presses against the windows just right, I hear that slow, heavy step again in my memory, and I remember how close I came to disappearing before anyone believed I was in danger at all. The rain had already turned the 2-lane stretch outside our town into a dark ribbon when I started the drive home. The storm had come in fast from the fields, flattening the last bit of daylight and leaving the road glossy and empty. I remember the hum of the wipers and how the trees on either side leaned toward the asphalt as if they were listening. That road was always quiet after closing hours, and I liked it that way. It meant I could coast through the valley without seeing another set of headlights for miles. That night, though, the quiet felt different. I caught the first flash in the mirror, just after I passed the old grain elevator. A pair of headlights crested the hill behind me, bright and too fast for that stretch. I didn't think much of it until the beams bloomed across the rear window and stayed there, close enough that I could see the spray from their tires hitting my bumper. I tapped my brake twice to warn them off, but the lights only climbed higher as the driver rode up on me, and flicked to high beams, flooding the cabin in white. I eased toward the shoulder, expecting them to pass. Instead, the other car drifted with me, keeping tight to my bumper. The lights flashed again, quicker this time, like a signal I didn't understand. My throat tightened. I nudged my speed up, not by much, just enough to put space between us. But the engine behind me surged in response. By the time I hit the long straightaway, the driver had moved so close I could feel the vibration of their engine through my seat. Then they jerked left, shot up beside me and held there, pacing my car in the downpour. I could barely make out the shape of the vehicle, only the smeared glow of their headlights and the dark outline of a figure in the driver's seat. When their front bumper swung toward mine, grazing the lane line, it hit me that this wasn't impatience or bad weather. This was someone trying to knock me off the road. I dropped speed, thinking they'd surge ahead and leave me in the spray, but they matched me, sliding closer. The motion was deliberate, practiced. They nudged toward my front quarter panel again, and I swerved right, hitting the rumble strip hard enough to shutter the wheel. I gripped it to steady the car. For a moment I thought they'd back off, but then they swung in again, faster this time, forcing me toward the drainage ditch. I didn't think. I just reacted. There was a narrow service road coming up, half hidden by trees and barely maintained since the town stopped using the fire watch tower back there. I veered onto it, tires skidding across wet gravel. The car fishtailed before catching traction, and I shot into the dark corridor of pines. The pursuing headlights followed without hesitation. The service road twisted almost immediately, climbing a shallow hill and narrowing until the branches scraped my windows. I tried to focus on the path ahead, but the roar behind me kept pulling my thoughts back. I could see the glow of the other vehicle weaving through the rain, never slowing, never choosing caution over speed. I pushed the accelerator until the engine whined, but the road had already begun to break down into potholes and mud pits. A hard jolt threw me against the seat as my front wheel sank into a rut I hadn't seen. The car lurched, coughing through the impact, and kept limping forward. Another bend, another skid. The rain tapped harder on the roof like impatient fingers. I kept waiting for the road to open again, for any sign I'd chosen the right escape, but all I saw were trees pressing in, and the blurred glint of water pooling across the path. When the road finally widened, it wasn't because it improved, it was because it ended. The trees fell away into a clearing I didn't recognize. The ground was uneven and washed out, the grass flattened by runoff. I rolled to the center and felt the engine stutter. The warning lights blinked once, then the engine coughed again and died. The silence that followed felt heavier than the storm. I tried the ignition twice, nothing but a weak click. My breath fogged the windshield. The other car pulled into the clearing a few seconds later, its lights smearing pale streaks across the rain. It stopped only a few yards away. The driver door opened slowly, as if the person inside had been waiting for this. I didn't see a face, only a tall outline, shoulders broad, one arm low at their side with the glint of something metallic catching the stray light. They didn't rush, they moved with a grim patience, like someone who had done this before. My hand found the door latch by instinct, but I hesitated. Running across open ground felt pointless. The woods looked dense, tangled, and black. I couldn't even hear my own breathing over the rain. The figure took 2 more steps. I could see their jacket darkened by water, their boots sinking into mud. I braced myself against the steering wheel, ready to bolt, when a new sound cut through the storm. The crunch of tires on wet gravel from behind us. A second pair of headlights swung into the clearing. A pickup, old and muddy, rolling to a stop with the engine rumbling steady beneath its hood. The figure in front of me froze mid-stride. For a moment, none of us moved. The light from the truck spread across the clearing, washing over my stalled car and the shadow standing in front of it. The driver of the pickup didn't get out. They didn't honk or call out or flash their lights. They just sat there, engine purring like it was any other night. Something about that simple presence broke whatever hold the moment had. The figure pivoted sharply, hurried back to their car, and reversed out of the clearing with gravel spitting under the tires. The taillights blinked once as they vanished into the trees. I didn't wait to see if the pickup driver meant to talk or help or just pass through. I shoved the door open and ran toward the tree line, mud sucking at my shoes. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if the driver of that truck had stepped out or simply watched me disappear. The woods swallowed me quicker than I expected, branches brushing my face, rain dripping down the collar of my jacket. I kept moving until I could no longer hear engines, just the storm and the wind shifting through the timber. Even now, when I think about that night, it's the sound of that last engine that returns first. A deep, steady hum cutting through the chaos, arriving at the exact second everything had narrowed to a single breath. I still drive that same road when I have to, but only in daylight and only with a full tank. I tell myself it was chance, a stranger in a hurry, nothing more. But the image of that clearing and the way the figure turned at the sight of those headlights never leaves me. Small towns have long memories, even in their roads. Some nights, when the wind carries just right, I swear I hear engines climbing that old service road again. I took the job because small towns run on favors and rumors, and I needed the cash more than I needed to question why someone would pay so much up front for a simple cleaning. I remember the rain rolling in across the flat outskirts where the old houses sat like forgotten teeth, each one leaning a little more every season. The man who hired me never gave a name. He just said the place needed to be ready for a showing that evening, and the sooner I got it done, the better. His voice sounded local but rehearsed, as if he'd practiced how casual he wanted to sound. I should have paid more attention to that, but money is a strong eraser, and I needed a clean slate. By the time I reached the property, the rain had thickened into silver sheets that blurred everything past the tree line. The house stood alone, a 2-story place with an old porch that sagged toward the swollen ditch. I could smell wet earth and something faintly sour before I even opened the door. It wasn't an unusual smell. Some abandoned houses carry the scent of mold or trapped humidity, but this felt sharper, like something rotting in a sealed room. I remember wiping my boots on the porch mat just to give myself a moment to steady the uneasy feeling building in my chest. Inside, the air was colder than it should have been. Not the sort of cold that comes from weather or poor insulation, but something that makes you feel unwelcome. My flashlight beam shook when I lifted it, and the dust hanging in the air shimmered like disturbed snow. Everything looked untouched for years. Faded wallpaper peeling at the corners, warped floorboards, Old furniture outlines pressed into the carpet where pieces had once stood before being hauled away. The silence felt wrong. Houses settle. They creak, sigh, shift. This one was holding its breath. I started in the kitchen, mostly because I wanted to move quickly and not give myself time to dwell on the atmosphere. My gloves were damp at the cuffs from the walk-in, and the cold made my fingers stiff as I wiped down the counters. The sour smell grew stronger near the refrigerator, which stood oddly pristine compared to the rest of the kitchen. Its seal looked new, the handle clean and free of dust. That didn't match the neglect everywhere else. When I tugged it open, a puff of colder air slid over my hands. Inside, large black bags were stacked tightly, each one knotted at the top. There were no labels or markings, just the glossy surface of plastic and the faintest smell of rot. Normal people don't leave sealed bags in a fridge in an abandoned house. But I'd worked in enough rentals and foreclosures to know some owners left behind anything they couldn't stomach dealing with. Spoiled food, dead mice, hunting leftovers. I told myself that was all it was. I didn't poke at them. I just closed the door and moved on, wiping my palms on my jeans even though I knew the gloves were still on. The rain battered the house steadily, turning the windows into watery mirrors. With each floorboard grown beneath my boots, I felt a little more like I wasn't alone. Yet logic kept winning small battles in my mind. Houses echo when empty. Wind rattles old frames. My imagination was just reacting to the isolation. That's what I kept repeating as I worked through the living room, dust swirling around my ankles like restless spirits. When I reached the stairs, the air felt different again, thicker, heavier. The wood was dark from age and warped at the edges, and I remember pausing at the first step because something in me whispered not to go up. I forced myself to anyway, gripping the banister as lightning flashed through the house, briefly illuminating the hallway above. It looked longer than it should have been, stretching into shadows that swallowed the end entirely. The first room was empty except for a broken dresser and an overturned chair. The second room held water stains on the ceiling and an old mattress leaning against the wall. I was about to skip the final door, the one at the far end, because the knob looked rusted shut. But when I tried it, the door swung open easily. Too easily. That's when the smell hit me again, stronger than before, and this time there was something else beneath it, something metallic and stale. The room wasn't part of the original layout. I could tell by the way the floorboards didn't line up, and the wallpaper changed abruptly halfway across the wall. It looked like a makeshift addition, a hidden space someone carved out quietly. On the walls were sketches, dozens of them, taped in uneven rows. Faces stared back at me, some old, some young, some smiling, some neutral, as if pulled from everyday life. Photographs were mixed between the drawings, printed on cheap paper, all showing people in ordinary settings, at bus stops, walking dogs, leaving grocery stores. My stomach turned cold when I saw the last cluster on the far wall. They were all of me. Most were distant shots, me loading supplies into my truck, me sweeping the steps of the diner, me unlocking the maintenance shed behind the school. But a few were shockingly close, taken from angles that meant someone had been standing just feet away without me noticing. The back of my neck prickled so suddenly, I had to grip the door frame to stay upright. I stared at my own face, caught mid-expression, unaware, going about my day in my small, predictable town. Someone had been following me long before this job. I don't know how long I stood there. Maybe a minute, maybe several. Time felt liquefied. Every instinct screamed at me to get out, but I still had to move through the hallway again, and the stairs, and the first floor, and the front door. I told myself to go slow, stay quiet, don't draw attention. My boots whispered against the dusty boards as I backed away from the wall, trying not to breathe too loudly. When I reached the top of the stairs, something changed. The air shifted, like a pressure drop right before a storm breaks. Then I heard it, a light patter in the hallway behind me. Not my footsteps. These were too quick, too small, like someone darting across the dust without trying to hide the sound. I didn't turn around. Some primal part of me refused to look. I just moved down the stairs one cautious step at a time, each plank groaning under my weight. Halfway down, I reached for the railing, and my fingertips brushed something cold. Metal. I looked down and saw a thin length of wire wrapped around the banister, the kind used to secure a latch or lock. It hadn't been there when I went up. That meant someone had been adjusting things while I was in the hidden room. The front door was closed when I reached it. I expected that. But when I turned the knob, it didn't budge. The lock wasn't stuck. It had been secured from the outside. I shoved it harder, and the sound echoed through the empty rooms like a gunshot. Panic clawed at my throat. I ran to the back door, but it was the same, locked tight, unmoving. Every window on the first floor was nailed shut, the frames warped from age and swollen by humidity. I knew then, with sick certainty, that someone else was in the house with me. I stepped back into the main room, holding my breath as I listened for any movement. The small pattering footsteps came again, this time overhead, crossing from one side of the second floor to the other. I could picture the dust shifting under invisible feet, little impressions forming in the film of neglect. Something about the size of the prints bothered me. They weren't childlike exactly, but they weren't adult either. Narrow, light, quick. I moved to the side window, the only one with a frame that looked rotted enough to break. Rain blurred the outside world into streaks of gray, but I could see the tree lines swaying in the wind. Freedom was only a few feet away. I grabbed a small wooden stool from the corner and lifted it like a battering ram. My arms trembled, partly from fear, partly from the cold air seeping deeper into my clothes. The footsteps above paused, then changed direction, moving faster, heading toward the staircase. I didn't wait. I slammed the stool into the glass. The window cracked but didn't break. I swung again, harder, my hands slipping on the wet wood. The glass burst outward, shards scattering into the rain. Air rushed in, cold and sharp. Behind me, a floorboard squealed under someone's weight. I didn't look. I didn't want to see who or what had been watching me. I climbed through the broken frames, scraping my arm on a jagged edge. The cut stung, but adrenaline pushed me on. I landed in the muddy yard, slipping before catching my balance. The rain had soaked the ground, turning the ditch into a slick barrier, but I waded through it, boots filling with cold water. The house loomed behind me, its dark windows staring out like empty eyes. When I reached my truck, I fumbled with the keys, twisting them wrong before finally getting the door open. I slid inside, locking it immediately, even though I knew it wouldn't stop anyone determined enough. My breath fogged the windshield as I stared at the house, waiting for some movement in the broken window or on the porch. Lightning illuminated the siding for a moment, and I thought I saw a darker shape in the upstairs window. But it could have been a shadow or the reflection of a branch. I drove back toward town without looking in the rearview mirror. The rain followed me the whole way, washing the dirt from the road, but not the tension from my body. Even when I reached the first cluster of homes, their porch lights glowing faintly through the storm, I didn't feel safe. Small towns are supposed to be places where everyone knows everyone, but that's exactly what frightened me now. Someone in my town had been watching me long enough to map my routines, take my picture, and lure me out to that house. I didn't go to the sheriff, not because I didn't trust him, but because I knew how stories spread around here. People talk. They embellish. They twist events into something palatable or entertaining, never considering what it feels like from the inside. I needed time to think, before letting anyone else's words tangle with mine. That night, I sat in my dark living room listening to the rain fading against the windows. Each creak of my house made my heart jump. Every time a car passed outside, I froze until the engine noise drifted away. I checked my locks 3 times. The photographs of myself replayed in my mind. The angles, the distances, the moments someone had chosen to capture. Whoever had taken them knew my habits better than I did. Over the following days, I avoided that part of the outskirts entirely. I kept to busy streets, made sure I was never alone after dark, and always parked beneath the brightest streetlights. But even then, A prickle remained at the back of my neck, as if someone still watched from just out of view. Small towns make that easy. Too easy. Everyone blends in. Everyone is familiar. You can pass the same stranger 100 times and never realize they've been tracing your path. I never heard from the anonymous employer again. No message, no payment follow-up, no confirmation that the showing had ever been real. The number he used to contact me was disconnected by the next morning. That was the detail that sank deepest, the precision of it. Nothing sloppy, nothing impulsive. Someone had planned this. Weeks passed before the rain returned. It hit the streets with the same cold steadiness as the day in that house. The sound carried me back to the hallway. The sketches, the photographs, the footsteps overhead. I still think about those small prints in the dust. Too light to belong to someone my size. The way they trailed across the floor, leading from one shadow to another. Always close but never visible. I didn't go back for my dropped supplies. I didn't tell anyone the full truth. And I never again took a job from someone who refused to give a name. Some lessons carve themselves into you, quiet and permanent, like the faint scar on my arm from the broken window. Every now and then, when I'm alone in my house at night, I feel that same shift in the air, the subtle pressure change that tells you someone has moved just out of sight. Most people would call it nerves or imagination. Maybe they're right, but sometimes I catch myself looking at the windows across the street, half expecting to see a lens glinting in the dark, because whoever was in that house wasn't just hiding, they were studying, following, preparing. And people like that don't just stop. Not in a small town like mine, where shadows stretch across every familiar face and secrets cling to the quiet corners we pretend not to notice. I think that house was just one of many hiding places, one of many rooms filled with faces, one of many places someone could watch from without ever being seen. I think they've always been here, moving between empty spaces, choosing who to follow next, waiting for the right moment to step out of the dust and into someone's life. Some nights, when the rain falls hard enough to blur the street lamps and drown out the ordinary sounds of town life, I swear I hear faint footsteps upstairs, even though I live alone. I tell myself it's just the house settling, that old familiar creak, but the air always feels colder afterward, the way it did in that narrow hallway, right before I knew I wasn't alone. I keep my flashlight on the nightstand now. I double-check every lock, and I leave no window unlatched, no curtain open, no door unguarded. It doesn't make me feel safer. It only makes me feel aware, because once you've been followed so carefully, so quietly, you learn to listen for the soft things, the small steps, the subtle shifts, the whispers of movement that tell you a hidden presence is still out there, watching from the places you try hardest to ignore. And every time the rain returns, I can't help but feel like they're waiting for me to slip, just once, so they can pick up my trail where they left off. I grew up in a place where roads ended without warning, and people said things like no one goes past the tray line after dark, without ever explaining why. So when a small local brand, supposedly based on the outskirts of my home county, emailed about a paid collaboration, I didn't question the setting. Small towns depend on small businesses. The money they offered seemed unreal for a place with a population smaller than most apartment complexes. But I told myself it was just one of those rural companies trying to break into the online world. I'd filmed in stranger places. I'd worked with stranger people. Nothing about the offer struck me as dangerous. Not then. The drive took me along back roads I hadn't used since I was a kid, past shuttered feed stores and peeling billboards, through pockets of forest, still scarred from old brush fires. Rain started halfway there, the sharp needling kind that scours dust off the pavement and turns ditches into narrow brown rivers. By the time the pavement gave way to dirt, the sky had dropped so low that the tops of the trees blurred into it. The directions promised a rustic filming site, but what I found was different from anything they'd described. The clearing sat behind an abandoned orchard, the apple trees bent and brittle, the last fruits rotting in the mud. At the center stood a building that looked more like a forgotten tool shed than a workspace. Old plank walls, tin roof, No signage, no lights, no vehicles. The kind of place you'd expect to find in a folktale. Older people tell newcomers as a joke. I pulled up beside it, engine sputtering in the wet air, and listened. Nothing moved except the rain. Even the orchard was quiet. No birds, no wind. I stepped out, kept my pack close, and approached the door. Some part of me, the part that grew up with stories about hunters who disappeared in these hills, or about drifters found on the edges of old farmland, told me to leave, but I reminded myself that I was here for work, not superstition, and that the brand was just a small-town outfit trying to look rugged. Inside, the air felt like it had been sealed for years. Dust softened every surface. A cot leaned against one wall, a wooden table against the other. No equipment from the brand. No crates, no battery packs, just emptiness. For a moment, I wondered if I had the wrong building, but the coordinates matched exactly. The email had sounded confident, local, friendly. Small towns excel at friendly. I set my stuff down and started scouting angles for the intro shot. The room had barely enough space to swing my arm without hitting something. When I turned back toward the table, the camera bag I'd placed neatly in the center now sat rotated toward the door. The zipper puckered open. I stared at it, waiting for the rational explanation. A tilted surface, a careless placement. But the table was level, and I had heard nothing move. Rain drummed harder on the roof. The whole place felt wired for observation, like 100 small-town eyes were watching through the cracks in the boards. I walked the perimeter, checking behind the door, peering into corners. My foot nudged something under the cot. A box. Metal, cold, and older than the building itself. Beside it, half hidden in dust, lay a small cylindrical device with a cracked lens. Both were surveillance equipment, years out of date but intact. I brought them to the table, wiped the dust off, and found a slot for a storage module. After another sweep of the room, I found the module wedged behind a shelf, as if someone had shoved it away before running out the door. When I slid it into the device, static filled the tiny screen before sharpening into a view of the clearing outside. A man stood in the doorway. Not me, not anyone I recognized. He wore the same expression people get when they're new to these hills. Half eager, half cautious. The footage cut abruptly. The next clip showed a woman I'd seen online before. A backpacking creator who'd passed through this region last summer. She looked confused, adjusting her tripod. Then cut. Another person. And another. All different. All filmed here. None of them seemed to finish whatever they'd come to do. My stomach tightened with a slow recognition. Small towns rarely lose track of visitors. Yet here were faces I'd never heard mentioned. Creators who had left no trace but these few seconds of footage. When I reached the last clip, the room felt colder. The angle showed the cot. Someone lay on it, blanket pulled to their chest. Me, or at least a perfect reflection. My clothes, my pack beside the bed, my posture slack as if deeply asleep. I hadn't closed my eyes once since arriving. I hadn't even touched the cot. I stepped back fast enough that the boards creaked under me. Something about the image triggered an old childhood instinct. The one that whispered about the places you don't sleep in, the places you don't linger near, the places local kids dared each other to approach but never entered. I packed the devices as quickly as my hands allowed and moved toward the door. A long shadow flickered across the clearing, but when I stepped out, the orchard stood perfectly still, branches sagging under waterlogged leaves. My car sat where I left it, but the driver's door now hung open 2 inches. I didn't check the orchard. I didn't call out. I just ran. Inside the car, a sheet of paper waited on the dashboard. Neat font. Short message. Send us your first cut. Small towns don't do subtle threats. They do short ones. Straight lines. Plain words. Easy to dismiss if you don't know the history. Hard to forget if you do. I drove with the kind of focus that makes the world tunnel. Rain blurred the orchards into streaks. The road curved away from the hills, and I didn't look back until I reached the edge of town. No vehicles followed. No headlights appeared, but something about the empty streets made the skin along my arms tighten. Storefronts dark, gas station closed early. The feeling that windows hid more than they revealed. I pulled into the one spot with steady cell service and opened my email. Every message from the so-called brand had vanished. No trace in archives. No backup copies. The sender address no longer existed. The website I'd previewed earlier that week now returned a generic error. People in small towns talk fast when they want to spread news, and they stay silent when they want things buried. Whatever this was, it belonged to the second category. I booked a cheap motel on the far side of the county and locked the door behind me twice. I replayed the footage, studying each face. I recognized more creators than I expected. People who had vanished from their platforms with vague posts about burnout or private struggles. People no one in the online community had heard from since. I watched the final clip again, the one of me asleep. The blanket in that frame matched the one at the cabin exactly. The lighting matched the room. No fabrication. No staging somewhere else. Someone in that small town had filmed me, without ever letting me know they were there. I didn't sleep that night. I listened to the heater hum and the rain soften into morning mist. Every time a pickup drove by, I held my breath. This county has long stretches of land where strangers go unnoticed, where locals keep their business quiet, where outsiders feel watched for no clear reason. Growing up here taught me what it feels like to be observed without ever seeing who's doing it. By the time the sun came up, I knew one thing with absolute clarity. I hadn't walked into a collaboration. I had walked into a trap designed by someone who understood how to use a small town's silence, its isolation and its unwritten rules to hide what they wanted, and whoever they were, they hadn't expected me to leave so quickly. Sometimes when I think about those old surveillance clips, I wonder how many creators turned down that road and never realized they weren't filming content, they were becoming it. I wonder how many locals know, and how many pretend they don't. And I wonder whether that clearing is still sitting there behind the orchard, waiting for another outsider to follow an offer that seems too good to be true, straight into a place where small town stories stop being stories and start being warnings. The rain had already turned the dirt roads of our little town into long strips of brown slurry by the time I made it past the old grain silos. They leaned in the dark like two rusted giants, their corrugated sides dripping with runoff that pattered against the mud. I kept my hood low, my camera tucked under my jacket, though the storm still found its way through every gap. This place, once a quiet farming town with a single blinking streetlight, had become a front line overnight, and it felt wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The houses looked smaller now, like the war had shrunk them. Every porch, every broken fence, every dark window carried the weight of something watching, waiting for the next round of destruction to roll through. I had been sent here because it was the only town in the valley still reachable by the back roads. The main highway had been severed in 3 places. Power lines sagged low enough to touch passing trucks. A few hours earlier, artillery had hit the west end of town, the blast rolling through the cornfields like thunder. People had fled their homes in the downpour, clutching flashlights and plastic bags stuffed with whatever they could grab before running into the storm. Now the only sound was the rain drumming on metal roofs and the occasional crack of timber collapsing somewhere nearby. I'd covered conflicts for years, but something about seeing this level of destruction in a place where I had once bought lemonade from kids on the sidewalk hit harder than I expected. I crossed the little wooden bridge that spanned Keller Creek. The water below churned brown, rushing fast and high from the storm. A mailbox lay half-submerged downstream. Someone's doghouse floated near it, bobbing like a discarded toy. The sour smell of wet ash drifted through the air as I followed the road toward the center of town, where the worst of the shelling had landed. My goal was simple: document what had happened, find who needed help, and get the truth out before the next strike wiped away every trace of life here. The brick building ahead had once been the feed store. People used to gather there on Saturday mornings to buy seed and swap stories. Now it stood in partial ruin, its sign hanging by a single screw, tapping against the wall whenever the wind picked up. I stepped through the shattered doorway and into the dim interior. Dust and rainwater mixed on the floor, forming muddy patches that glistened under my flashlight beam. Shelves had collapsed, spilling bags of grain in soft mounds that were already turning to paste. The smell of smoke lingered in the stale air. I moved deeper inside, the beam of my light cutting through the shadows. Somewhere toward the back, I heard movement. Not the metallic groans of settling beams, but a muffled sound as though someone were inhaling sharply or trying to speak. My gut tightened. I followed the sound, stepping around broken boards and scattered nails until my light fell onto a man pinned under a fallen ceiling beam. His face was pale beneath a layer of dust, his breathing ragged. Rainwater dripped steadily through a hole in the roof above him, striking his cheek and rolling down to his jaw. When he blinked against the light, I knelt beside him. He murmured something, a name, or maybe just a plea, and I pressed my hand to his shoulder, telling him I would try to get help. His eyes fluttered open wider, fear swelling behind them. He pointed weakly toward the front of the building. I started to turn, but the air changed before I could fully process what he was trying to warn me about. A low, concussive rumble rolled in from outside. The walls trembled. Dust sifted down from the rafters like fine snow. Then the secondary blast hit. The force threw me sideways, slamming me into a metal shelf. My camera slipped from my grip, the strap jerking painfully against my shoulder before snapping clean off. The world became a swirl of white light and noise. Plaster rained down in thick chunks. I tried to brace myself, but a shockwave punched the breath out of me. When I finally managed to open my eyes, the room looked different, tilted, broken, and blurred. My ears rang so loudly I couldn't hear the rain anymore. Pain streaked across my ribs when I pushed myself upright. Dust coated my tongue and teeth. My right leg throbbed with a deep, pulsing ache. I blinked until my vision steadied enough to realize the beam that had pinned the man was now buried under another layer of debris. I called out, but the building groaned in response, settling with the weight of new damage. For a moment, the silence between the cracks of thunder felt complete, like the whole town had exhaled at once. I staggered toward the exit, bracing myself against the wall. Outside, the storm had grown vicious. Sheets of rain swept across the street, flattening the smoke that rose from burning rooftops. What had once been tidy sidewalks and small-town storefronts were now broken shapes in the dark. Pieces of metal clattered across the pavement, driven by the shifting wind. A street lamp flickered, casting long, jittery shadows that made the empty road look like it was swaying. Farther down, near the burned-out library, the ground glowed orange from a fire that had just started. I saw people running, 2 figures supporting a third, and I limped toward them. My breath hitched on every step. The pain in my ribs sharpened each time my foot struck the ground. When I reached the corner of Maple and 3rd, the horizon burst into another bloom of fire. A massive explosion roared from the edge of town, where the community center stood. The shockwave hit a second later, knocking me off balance. Heat flashed across my face. Something sharp grazed the side of my head. I felt the warm trickle before I understood what had happened. Voices echoed around me, distant and panicked. Someone grabbed my arm and pulled me into the shelter of an overturned truck. My vision went in and out of focus, the world pulsing like a heartbeat. The sky flashed violently with lightning. Every shadow looked like it was ready to collapse onto me. The 2 men who dragged me from the street exchanged frightened glances before hauling me to my feet and half carrying me toward the community center, or what was left of it. The building had been converted into a makeshift field hospital by volunteers, but now its roof sagged inward, burned through in several places. Rain poured into the open gaps, splashing across the floor and soaking blankets, medical kits, and the people lying in long rows down the hallway. The smell of damp wood and smoke mixed with disinfectant that had thinned to a faint chemical whisper. Lanterns hung from cracked beams, their flickering light dancing across the faces of the injured. They guided me to a cot near the wall, where a medic in a torn vest examined me with steady hands. His expression tightened when he pressed along my ribs. He muttered that the bones were probably cracked. As he wrapped a compression band around my chest, I watched the chaos around us unfold in the jittery lantern glow. A farmer I recognized from childhood trips to the orchard sat on the floor clutching a soaked towel to his arm. A woman whispered to her elderly mother, shielding her from falling droplets with a broken umbrella. A teenager stared blankly at the ceiling, his hands trembling around a small photo. Every few seconds, someone new arrived, carried in by neighbors who looked just as terrified as those they were helping. The storm outside hammered the remaining roof panels, making the old community center groan with every gust of wind. Water streamed through the hallway in small rivers, washing mud across the floor. Volunteers placed sandbags wherever they could, though most of them were barely holding together. The lantern light cast long, thin shadows across the walls, making the space feel tighter, smaller, as though the building itself were shrinking under the weight of everything happening inside it. I tried to lift myself into a sitting position, but the pain pinned me down. The nurse who passed by dabbed the dirt from my forehead with a wet cloth. She told me I was lucky to be alive, but the word lucky felt wrong here, in a place where so many were clinging to whatever scraps of life they had left. I wasn't sure luck had anything to do with survival tonight. After a while, the ringing in my ears dimmed enough that I could make out the small, quiet sounds around me. A volunteer whispering instructions, someone wincing as a bandage was tightened, the soft sobs of a boy cradling a stuffed animal he must have grabbed before fleeing his home. I watched all of it, the way people clung to each other, the way strangers steadied one another's shaking hands, and I felt something shift inside me. This wasn't like covering destruction in some distant city where every street was unfamiliar. I knew these roads. I knew these people. I had played baseball behind the old grain silos. I had eaten pie at the diner that no longer had a roof. This wasn't just a conflict zone. It was the place where I had learned to ride a bike. And seeing it broken like this carved into me deeper than any injury. I managed to sit upright, though my ribs protested. The room stretched before me, packed with people whose whole lives had changed in a single night. The medic passed by again, adjusting the lanterns to keep them from going out. Their glow revealed more faces, more stories I knew wouldn't survive unless someone captured them. My camera lay buried somewhere under the feed store rubble, yet even without it, I knew what I had to do. I watched the volunteers push water away from the entrance with broken broom handles. I watched them turn the old stage lights into makeshift heat lamps. I watched a mother hold her daughter close, whispering that the storm would eventually pass. The horror of this night wasn't just in the explosions. It was in how small the town felt now, how the familiar had turned fragile and dangerous in mere hours, how every creak of the building made people flinch, how the darkness pressed against the windows like something alive, how the rain seemed determined to drown out the last remnants of the life we all remembered. I lay back slowly, feeling the ache settle into my bones. The old wooden ceiling above me dripped steadily, each droplet marking time in a place where time no longer felt linear. I knew I would heal, at least on the surface, but the scar this night would leave on me, on the town, on the people huddled across the room, would never completely fade. And that was why, as soon as I could stand again, I would go back out into the streets. I would document what remained of this town, what had been torn away, and what people here were still fighting to protect. Someone had to make sure the world saw what had happened to us in this forgotten corner of the valley. Someone had to tell the truth before the storm washed the last traces away. I used to think I knew what silence in a small town felt like, the kind that settles over the streets after a storm, when the gutters drip and the street lamps hum, and nothing moves except the wind pushing across the fields. That quiet had always felt safe to me, like a blanket the town pulled up over itself at the end of the day. But the night I came home and saw the front door standing open against the rain, that silence hollowed out from the inside. It carried a shape I didn't understand yet, a kind of stillness that felt like it was watching me. I remember the way my shoes slipped on the wet porch boards. I remember trying to convince myself she'd just forgotten to latch the door, that the wind had pushed it wide. Inside, the lights were on in the hallway, the bulbs buzzing against the storm's rumble. The air felt wrong, disturbed somehow, and I caught myself whispering her name, even though the whole house seemed to hold its breath. I don't know how long I stood there before I walked toward the stairs. Maybe only a few seconds, maybe long enough for the rain to track a small puddle under my shoes. I saw her at the bottom, before I even realized what I was looking at. A shape that should have been standing, warm, upright, moving toward me with that tired smile she always wore at the end of the day. Instead, she was still. I remember dropping to my knees. I remember the cold. I remember how the storm outside seemed to dim, like the world understood something had just been taken from it. I didn't touch her face at first. I moved my hand toward her and stopped, because some instinct told me the second I made contact, the moment would become real in a way I couldn't undo. But denial never stands a chance against the truth you can see, and the truth waited for me in the details. The angle that didn't look right, the tension in her hand that shouldn't have been there, the small smear of something darker than the shadows. When I finally touched her, she was already gone. The police arrived fast. Small towns do emergencies in a blink, because there's nowhere far to go and nowhere to hide. They moved around me, their footsteps echoing on the hardwood. One of them put a hand on my shoulder and urged me back, guiding me into the living room while they worked. The storm seemed to lean against the windows, pressing its weight into the glass. I heard fragments of their early impressions, the way they murmured to each other. "Fall from the stairs," someone said. "Wet shoes, maybe," another offered. "Slipped." And at first I clung to that explanation. It was simple. Accidents happen in houses just like ours. People slip, people fall. It didn't make the pain less sharp, but it gave it a cause I could grasp. But when they began asking me where I'd been, what time I'd come home, why the door was open, I felt the house shift under the weight of their attention. I tried to answer everything plainly, voice steady despite the trembling I couldn't control. They nodded, wrote things down, moved around the way people do when they're trying not to disturb something delicate. The next day, everything changed. Forensics found marks. Subtle, but there, a sign of a struggle. Something that didn't match an accidental fall. And soon I wasn't just the grieving spouse standing in the hallway. I became the person who'd been home last. The person closest to her. The person who had motive if you squinted hard enough at the things they wanted to see. Small towns don't whisper, they chew. They take in a rumor and grind it through every kitchen, every bar, every church pew. People I'd waved to for years began looking at me like they'd missed something obvious. I heard the words they used: temper, stress, marital strain. None of it true, all of it sticky enough to cling to the edges of the narrative being shaped. During the trial, the fluorescent lights never stopped buzzing. I sat there, listening to strangers describe the version of me they believed existed. They talked about arguments we never had, frustrations I'd never voiced, a hidden violence no one had ever seen but everyone suddenly believed might be there. I tried to speak, tried to explain the truth in a calm voice, but my words fell into the room like stones into deep water, visible for a second, then gone. The evidence wasn't strong. It wasn't even logical, it was circumstantial, a story told by shadows and assumptions. But the prosecution leaned into it, painting me as the only possible answer to a question they didn't bother investigating beyond the surface. The jury saw a narrative that fit inside the box they'd been handed, and with that they gave me a sentence that stretched longer than I could comprehend. Prison has its own kind of silence. It's heavy, metallic, scraping at the edges of your thoughts. Days fold into each other until you lose your place in time. The world outside moves on without you because it must, and inside you're left with memories that don't age but still decay at the edges. I held on to what I could, mostly fragments of her laugh in the kitchen, the way she leaned on the railing when the sunsets turned the fields orange, the warmth of her hand in mine when we walked home from town. I told myself I'd survive long enough for someone, somewhere, to realize the truth. But 20 years is a long time to keep hope upright. It slouches, it shrinks, it curls around fear and resignation until you barely recognize it. Then, one afternoon, a retired officer I'd never met came to see me. He carried an old case file under one arm, and a determined stillness in his movements. He'd been working the case on his own time, he said. Something in it had never sat right with him. He walked me through the details he'd pieced together. Maintenance records, logs of who had access to the house before that night, a fingerprint lifted from a location the original investigators had barely examined, a fingerprint no one had matched before, but now they had. It belonged to a man who'd done repair work in the house, someone who'd been called in to look at a wiring issue weeks earlier, someone with enough access to know the layout, the schedule, the vulnerabilities, someone who'd disappeared from the town, quietly, and had his own string of suspicious incidents trailing behind him. The officer told me they were reopening the case, that the evidence pointed in a direction I'd never even imagined. And then the days began to change. They lifted my sentence, processed the paperwork, and eventually opened the gate that separated me from the world I used to belong to. Stepping outside didn't feel like freedom. It felt like emerging into a place I no longer knew. The town had changed, but even the pieces that stayed the same felt like replicas of memories. I walked streets that once carried our laughter and found them hollow. The house, our house, sat under a different sky. New owners, new paint, new life, but the steps were still there, and I couldn't look at them without feeling the air thicken in my lungs. People stared when I passed them, some curious, some guilty, some confused. No one rushed to apologize. No one offered closure. Small towns don't repair the damage they cause. They just shift their weight and keep going. I still wake up some nights thinking I'm back in the cell, the cold concrete under my feet, the metallic echo of doors closing in my ears. Sometimes I dream of that storm, the way the rain trickled down the hallway, the way the world felt moments before everything shattered. I tell myself the truth is out now, that the real perpetrator is the one carrying the weight. But knowing that doesn't rewind the years I lost. It doesn't give me back the mornings I should have woken beside her, or the chance to stand in our doorway without feeling the air grow tight around me. The retired officer checks on me sometimes. He asks if I'm settling in, if I'm eating well, if I've thought about leaving the town. I tell him I'm trying. That's the best I can offer. The truth is, the town feels like a landscape built from echoes, faint, distorted, fading as soon as I reach for them. I walk the quiet streets at dusk now, the same hour she used to water the plants by the porch. The shadows stretch long across the pavement. The fields hum with insects. The background noises of a place that used to be home form a kind of uneasy chorus. I wait for something to click back into place, but it never does. Sometimes I stop at the edge of our old block and stare at the house from a distance. The windows glow warm, the steps look harmless, and the yard carries the sound of children playing. The family living there now knows nothing of what happened in those rooms. They only know the comfort of its walls, the safety of its layout. Part of me is grateful for that. Part of me can't breathe when I look too long. People like to call what happened to me a tragedy, or an injustice, or a failure of the system, but those words don't capture the shape of what lingers. They don't describe the way the silence in this town has changed, or how the shadows always feel like they're waiting for me to remember the night everything ended. I stand there sometimes as the sun drops, watching the sky bruise into darker shades. The air chills, the streetlights flicker, and in that moment the quiet settles over the houses in a familiar way, but not the comforting kind I used to know. This silence feels stretched thin over something deeper, something that still wants to be heard. I don't know if I'll ever understand why it happened the way it did, why a single moment could unravel more than a life, why the truth took so long to find me. I only know that every night, when the town grows still and the fields darken and the wind begins to rise, I feel the past leaning in, reminding me of the night the storm opened my door and swallowed the life I had. Maybe that's the real horror of small towns, not the crimes themselves, but the way they linger, the way they soak into the soil and echo in the silence long after everyone else has forgotten. Mine lives in the spaces between streetlights and in the hush that falls just before the wind shifts. And no matter how far I walk, or how many nights I try to outrun it, the memory always finds me in that quiet, holding everything I lost in its cold, patient hands. I grew up in a town so small that most people didn't bother locking their doors. The roads dead-ended into fields, and the only noises at night were the wind pushing through the pines and the creak of barns settling in the dark. I used to think that kind of silence meant safety. It took one stormy week to teach me how wrong that was. I remember the morning everything changed. Rain hammered the tin roof before dawn, loud enough to wake me, and by the time I stepped outside, the air smelled like wet soil and something sharper underneath. People gathered near the edge of the Miller property, their trucks pitched at odd angles along the ditch. No one spoke above a low murmur. Faces were pale, and a kind of dread hung over the field like fog. Word spread fast. The Miller family was gone, not missing, dead. I only caught pieces at first. Someone mentioned the sheriff had been sick to his stomach. Another said the back door had been left open. Another swore he heard a single gunshot the night before, but rolled back over in bed. Adults kept shuffling me away, telling me I didn't need to hear details, but the way they avoided each other's eyes told me more than their whispers did. The storm kept building, pushing thick curtains of rain across the broken farmhouse windows, and for the first time in my life I felt something like the town itself holding its breath. That uncertainty burrowed under my skin. I'd known the Millers all my life. Their youngest boy rode the same bus as me. I kept seeing his face every time someone mentioned what happened. My father must have seen something in my expression, because he caught my shoulder on the porch that afternoon and told me not to go near that property, not to go poking around, not to feed my curiosity with things I wasn't prepared to understand. The more he emphasized it, the harder it became to obey. A few days later, when the deputies had pulled back and most neighbors had returned to their routines, I found myself walking the long road toward the Miller place. The air still felt heavy from the storm. My boots sank in the mud, and the woods pressed close enough that I could hear water dripping from branch to branch. I told myself I only wanted to see it, to make whatever had happened feel real. The house looked smaller than I remembered. It leaned a little to one side, the roof line sagging as if grief had weight. The screen door flapped weakly in the wind, tapping a dull, tired rhythm. Nothing about the yard looked disturbed, yet I felt watched from the moment I stepped into the clearing. I kept glancing at the tree line, searching for movement, but the woods held still. I didn't stay long that first time. The smell of damp wood and something sour rising from the porch boards sent me back down the path before I could work up the nerve to enter. But the image of that open doorway followed me home and clung to me through the night. A week passed. The case stalled. People whispered about strangers drifting through town, about break-ins over the county line, about sounds in the woods. The sheriff admitted they had no solid leads. My father locked our doors every night, the first time I'd ever seen him do it. My curiosity hardened into something like responsibility. It felt wrong that a whole family could disappear without the truth gaining light. I convinced myself that if I just looked a little closer, maybe I'd see something the police had overlooked. The second time I went, I made sure no one knew. The afternoon sun was out, but clouds kept rolling over it, plunging the fields in and out of shadow. The porch groaned under my weight as I stepped onto it. Inside, the air felt colder than it should have, like the house had stored the storm in its bones. Dust hung in the light that pushed through the windows. Furniture sat exactly where the Millers had left it, except for a few chairs nudged slightly off-center, the kind of thing you wouldn't notice unless you were looking for signs of disturbance. I walked room to room, hands at my sides, careful not to touch anything. Every sound carried too far. The creak of a loose board, the rattle of a window pane. At one point I froze, certain I heard another footstep behind me, but it faded before I could turn. I found the journal in the daughter's bedroom. It lay open on her desk, the pages swollen from humidity. Her handwriting tilted slightly left, neat but rushed in places. I skimmed only a passage or two before my stomach tightened. She had written about hearing soft movement at night, small sounds near the vents, a sense of being watched from places she couldn't pinpoint. I could almost picture her sitting at that desk, listening to something she couldn't name, settling deeper into the walls around her. That discovery kept me awake for days. I kept returning to the idea that she must have sensed something living in the house, something hidden right under their noses, something patient. I went back one last time, not out of recklessness, but because the idea of leaving that house without understanding felt unbearable. Rain had returned, steady and cold, turning the dirt path into a slick ribbon of clay. I moved quickly, glancing over my shoulder every few steps, listening for cars or voices. No one else was out. Inside, the house felt different. The air smelled faintly of old sweat and something metallic. I followed the hallway to the back door, trying to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That's when I saw the footprints. Small, bare, pressed into the thin layer of dust. They trailed toward a section of floor that looked uneven, as if someone had shifted a board back into place without fully securing it. I knelt and lifted the corner. Cold air rose from the darkness below. A crawl space. My chest tightened. The footprints continued down the wooden steps into the dark. I didn't want to follow them. Every instinct told me to leave, to call the sheriff, to pretend I'd never found that journal. But I forced myself downward, guiding myself with the thin beam of a cheap flashlight. The air grew stale. The ceiling was low enough that I had to crouch. The space smelled lived in, old food, sweat, damp clothing. The kind of scent you'd expect from someone staying hidden for far too long. My light caught the outline of a blanket shoved behind a support beam, a small knife, a half-empty water jug, and one object lying half-buried under a pile of fabric that made my throat close when I recognized it. A weapon the authorities hadn't recovered. None of it belonged to the Millers. For a moment, the only sound was my breathing. Then I heard something faint. A shift of weight somewhere beyond the beam of my flashlight. I froze, barely daring to inhale, but the sound didn't repeat. I waited until my pulse slowed enough to move. I backed out carefully, eyes locked on the dark. Even once I reached the stairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else had been down there recently, maybe still was. I ran home through the rain, splashing through puddles without looking back. My father was furious when he learned where I'd been, but when he saw my face, his anger thinned into worry. He drove me straight to the sheriff's office. I told them everything. They searched the house again, though they didn't say what they found or what they thought of the evidence I'd given them. Weeks turned into months. The case never moved forward in any meaningful way. The official line was that there wasn't enough proof to identify the killer. Some said whoever did it had drifted through town and kept moving, slipping into the woods along the highway, living in empty buildings until the trail went cold. Others believed the person had stayed closer than anyone wanted to admit. I tried to go back to normal life, but normal had shifted. Nights felt different. The woods that once seemed peaceful now felt dense with hiding places. Every time a floorboard creaked in our farmhouse, I found myself glancing at the vents, the closets, the crawlspace door. I kept imagining someone small and patient crouched in the dark, waiting for the right moment. Years have passed, and I still remember the way those footprints looked in the dust, the way the journal pages curled from humidity, the way the air in that crawlspace felt used. It's strange how a place can seem asleep for years, even lifeless, until you learn what it once held. After that, every shadow feels like a warning. Every quiet room feels like it could breathe if it wanted to. People driving through our county see nothing unusual, just fields, barns, and houses set far apart. But some nights, when the wind drops low and the woods fall still, I swear I can feel that old tension again. Like the land itself remembers, the sheriff eventually retired. Neighbors moved away. The Miller house rotted until the roof caved in, and the county finally tore it down. But even now, when I drive past that empty lot, the memory of that crawl space rises up in me, cold and sharp. They say time buries things. Maybe that's true, but sometimes it only buries them enough so that you forget the ground can still shift beneath you. I was still logging the address into the system when the rain hit the hood of my truck hard enough to rattle through the cab. Calls about strange noises, rarely amount to more than wind on sheet metal, but something in the dispatcher's voice had a tight edge to it. The property sat outside town limits, out where the road thinned into mud, and the lights gave way to open dark. By the time I pulled up, the house stood half collapsed behind a screen of wet cottonwoods, its windows punched out, the siding sagging like old cardboard. I stepped out into the downpour and felt the weight of the place settle around me, the kind of quiet that makes you listen harder than you should. The front door hung crooked on a single hinge. I announced myself, but the only reply was the flick of rain off broken glass. Inside, the rooms were stripped except for a few splintered chairs and a trail of damp footprints that didn't match the age of the dust. My radio crackled with static as I swept each corner. A smell I couldn't place. Old soil, old sweat rose from somewhere below the floorboards, and when I found a narrow door behind a warped panel, the handle was cold enough to sting. The stairwell dropped into near darkness. My boots slipped on the first step, but held on the second, and I felt the air change as I moved down. Warmer, stale. I hit the bottom, and followed a thin line of light leaking from a cracked board. When I pushed through, the beam of my flashlight caught three shapes huddled together. A woman stood between two small kids, all of them thin, all of them blinking against the light. They didn't speak, but the way the woman's hand trembled on the children's shoulders told me they'd been waiting for someone to come who wasn't him. I guided them toward the stairs, keeping my voice low, steady, something to anchor them in that underground air. On a table against the wall, I saw folders, notebooks, loose papers curled from damp, names, dates, a photo of the woman taken years earlier, notes scrawled in a tight, hurried hand. I closed each one without reading more than I needed to. Whatever had happened, however long they had been here, it was enough to mark the room like a bruise. We were almost to the main floor when headlights rolled over the far wall. The crunch of tires on wet gravel cut through the rain. I moved them behind the stairwell, stepped back into the entryway, and kept my breathing steady. The front door opened with a slow creak, and a man stepped inside carrying a flashlight angled low, like he thought he could slip back into his own shadow. He froze when he saw me. For a moment, the only sound was the rain knocking at the roof. Then he turned, quick and instinctive, but I was already on him, pushing him to the floor and calling in the assist. He didn't fight long. Maybe he knew it was over, the moment he saw the badge. Maybe he'd been waiting for this to catch up to him too. The backup unit arrived fast, despite the storm. I led them down to the basement, though I wished the woman and the kids could have walked straight out into the night without ever seeing that room again. They kept close together as we moved them toward the vehicles, and the woman paused at the doorway as if trying to decide whether the rain was safer than the dark. Once they were inside the ambulance, I stepped back and let the doors close. The siren washed out into the night, swallowed by the storm and the long stretch of road leading back into town. I stood there a while, watching the lights fade against the empty fields, listening to the building settle in the rain like it had been holding its breath for years. I was still wiping the rain off my boots when the shop phone rang, a thin electronic trill that cut through the clatter of tools. I remember how the air smelled, wet metal, old oil, and how something in me tightened before I even picked up. A sheriff's deputy, speaking in that flat, careful tone they use when they're trying not to alarm you, told me there'd been a vehicle accident involving my daughter's car. A small college town less than an hour away, a stretch of secondary road I knew well. He said they couldn't find her at the scene, just the car on its side, lights still blinking in the rain. I left the shop door swinging behind me. The road into town ran between dark fields heavy with water. Every few miles the wipers caught a patch of grit from passing trucks, scraping the glass like a warning. Patrol cars were already angled across the shoulder when I arrived. Her car looked wrong, as if it had been tipped over by a careless giant. The passenger window had shattered, and a single notebook lay open in the wet gravel, pages rippling. The deputy told me they'd searched the ditch, checked with the hospital, called the few numbers they'd found in her glove box. He kept saying maybe she'd walked off for help. I stood there staring at the empty road beyond the flare of their lights, feeling the rain slide down my back, knowing she hadn't just walked anywhere. When they let me look through what they'd collected from the car, the notebook was on top. Her handwriting zigzagged across the pages. Names, half-drawn maps. Times of day circled in heavy strokes. She'd never mentioned researching anything, but I recognized the address scrawled in the margins. A house deep in the hills outside town. Another pocket held a small brass key with a number etched on it too clean to be from her apartment. The sheriff's office said they would follow up when they could. I could feel time slipping, thinning out between us, and I couldn't stand still. Her college apartment was quiet when I let myself in. A stack of laundry waited in a damp basket, as if she'd expected to be home that night. The storm rattled the loose window screen while I searched through her desk drawers, trying to understand what she'd gotten herself wrapped up in. I found a rental agreement for a storage unit on the edge of town, same number as on the key. She'd hidden it under old class schedules, folded tight. The air in that apartment felt like it held my breath and wouldn't give it back. The storage unit stood by the railroad tracks, thin gravel popping under my tires. My flashlight cut a narrow tunnel through dust and cardboard. Inside, she had arranged folders and photos on a metal shelf, each one marked with a name. Faces I didn't know stared back at me, each tagged with notes about habits, routines, addresses. A few were crossed out. One name wasn't. The same address from the notebook. A house near where her car had been found. I felt a pinch of cold under my ribs, not from the weather, but from the way all of her lines pointed in one direction. I drove out there at sunrise. The hills held the mist like a secret. The house sat low on the property, boards weathered gray, the yard thick with weeds that bent under my boots. The front door stuck before it gave. Inside, the air had the stale sweetness of a place left to rot. It took time for my eyes to adjust, long enough for me to wonder whether I'd made a mistake. But then I saw the threadbare rug curled at the edge, and behind it a small door built into the wall. The room behind it wasn't really a room, more a narrow crawl space lined with corkboard, and on it, pinned in rows, were photographs. My daughter in the grocery store parking lot, my daughter unlocking her apartment, my daughter walking across campus with her backpack slung low, other faces too, people I didn't recognize, their routines captured in dull, ordinary moments. She had been right to be afraid. She had been right to follow the trail, and now I was standing inside the place where someone had been watching her. A floorboard cracked deeper in the house. A quick, sharp sound like someone shifting their weight. I felt the whole place listening. My flashlight wobbled across the doorway as I backed out, heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't call out. I didn't try to confront anyone. I just got out, fast, stumbling across the uneven boards and out into the cold morning air. By the time I reached the road, I was shaking so hard I had trouble getting the key into the ignition. The police took everything I handed over. The photos, the notes, the address. They asked questions in a calm, professional rhythm, writing down my answers as if they were assembling something that would eventually make sense. But weeks slid by, then months. They told me they couldn't connect the house to any suspect, couldn't verify who had taken the photographs, couldn't prove the materials in the storage unit were linked to anything criminal. They told me this with a gentleness that felt like defeat. I still drive those roads at odd hours, following the line she left behind. The house has been emptied now, the boards nailed over, the yard reclaimed by weeds. But when I stand there in the wet grass, listening to the wind move through the trees, I can feel the same gaze she must have felt, that thin pressure of being studied from somewhere just out of sight. The case is still open. My search is too, and every night I return to the map she left behind, tracing her path with the tip of my thumb, listening for anything that might lead me the rest of the way. I pulled off the highway more out of exhaustion than hunger, the kind of bone-deep fatigue that makes the edges of the world go soft. The sky had already started to dim, that strange late afternoon light where everything turns the color of old paper. I spotted a hand-painted sign for a small-town restaurant just beyond a line of shuttered storefronts. It looked open enough, and I needed a break before the last stretch of driving. The gravel lot was empty except for my car. No trucks, no locals, not even a stray dog nosing around the place. I felt the quiet as soon as I killed the engine, an abrupt padded stillness, like someone had placed their hand over the world. Even the air seemed to hold its breath. Still, I got out, stretched and walked toward the door with the kind of mechanical hope that comes with long travel. The bell above the entrance jangled when I stepped inside, but the sound didn't carry the way it should have. The space swallowed it almost immediately. I stood just inside the threshold, letting my eyes adjust. The restaurant was laid out like the kind of roadside diner you only find in small towns. Square tables, vinyl booths, a faded mural of a river winding through fields. Dust clung to the edges of the windows, blurring the view outside. One hanging light flickered over the bar. There was only one person inside. A man stood near the counter, facing me, as if he had been waiting for the door to open. His posture didn't change. His expression didn't either. He just stared at me with a flat, unblinking focus that felt too deliberate to be confusion, and too calm to be annoyance. I gave a small nod, the kind travelers exchange with attendants at lonely spots like this, but he didn't return it. I tried to tell myself he might be tired too. Small towns run on long hours and thin margins. Maybe he was just done with the day. He moved eventually, but only after several seconds where I wondered if he had understood I was there at all. When he did step forward, it was with an unhurried, almost drifting stride. No greeting, no menu, no small talk. He simply gestured toward a booth near the window. I sat because it felt easier than questioning him. The seat creaked under my weight. The air had that faint smell of old linoleum and stale heat, not dirty but unused. I waited for some sign of kitchen activity, or even the clatter of utensils. Nothing. The silence pressed against my ears like altitude. He stood beside the table, still watching me in that unsettling, patient way. Eventually, he took a slow breath, turned and walked toward the kitchen door. The sound of his shoes on the floor was soft, almost dragging. I watched him disappear behind the swinging panel, expecting, hoping to hear something from inside. A pot, running water, a voice, anything. But there was nothing. Minutes stretched in a way that made my skin tighten. I looked around, searching for any proof that the place actually operated. The napkin dispensers were full. The condiments looked arranged rather than used. The cash register display was dark. No hum of refrigeration came from the back. Even the clock on the wall had stopped at 4:12. I checked my phone out of instinct, but there was no service, not a single bar. When the kitchen door opened again, I felt an involuntary jolt in my chest. The man emerged holding a single plate. Something steamed from it, though the smell was faint and indistinct. He set it in front of me without meeting my eyes, as if the act itself was only a formality. The food looked fine, nothing strange about it, but my unease had climbed high enough that my throat felt tight. I didn't touch the fork. I didn't even pretend to take a bite. I only watched the man step back toward the bar and resume his motionless vigil. That's when I noticed the shadow. It clung behind the counter at first, too dark and too tall to be cast by anything in the room. The overhead light didn't explain it. The angle didn't match. It was shaped like a person, but its edges trembled as if struggling to hold itself together. I blinked, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks in the dimness. But when I looked again, the shadow lifted away from the wall. It began to move around the side of the bar, slow and deliberate. The man didn't react. He didn't turn. He didn't even flinch. His gaze stayed locked on me. The lights went out before I had the chance to stand. A heavy thump echoed through the dark as if something had shifted its weight onto the floorboards. Then the softer scrape of movement followed, growing closer in the pitch black. I pushed up from the booth, my hands fumbling along the table edge. The air felt thicker, as if someone had lit a match in a sealed room. I could hear my own breath fast, shallow, loud. I reached the main door by memory. Guided by the faint outline of its window against the dim evening outside, my fingers closed around the handle. I pushed. It didn't budge. I pulled harder, using my shoulder to brace myself, but the door might as well have been welded shut. Something shifted behind me. The floor creaked with weight that wasn't mine. I tried again, pulling until the muscles in my arm trembled. Nothing. The door held firm, as immovable as stone. I turned and felt the darkness at my back swell, like a wave rising behind a swimmer who has just realized how far they've strayed from shore. I backed away from the door, keeping one hand on the wall so I wouldn't lose my orientation. My eyes strained, but the darkness inside the restaurant was thicker than the dusk outside. I couldn't see the man anymore. I couldn't see the shadow either. I could only hear them, one steady in his stillness, the other inching closer with that soft, scraping slide. I felt along the wall for anything. A switch, a window latch, a second exit, but the space seemed to shift with each step. The layout felt unfamiliar, wrong, like the building had rearranged itself while my eyes were closed. My heartbeat filled my ears as I followed the contour of the wall deeper into the interior, away from the blocked door. The smell changed before anything else did. A faint draft brushed my face, carrying the scent of damp air. I reached forward and found another door, lighter, older. I didn't recognize it from when I entered, but I didn't question it. I pushed. This time it moved, swinging outward into the cool evening. I stumbled into an alley behind the restaurant. The sky overhead a deepening blue. The silence out there felt cleaner, more natural. I didn't look back. I rounded the corner and crossed the lot to my car, hands shaking as I fumbled for the keys. The building loomed behind me, dark windows watching like empty eyes. The engine turned over reluctantly, as if resisting the urge to wake. When I finally pulled onto the road, I kept my eyes straight ahead, refusing to check the rearview mirror. The highway felt like a lifeline stretching out into the night. I didn't stop again until I saw the lights of a larger town, bright and busy and full of noise. I told myself I would report the restaurant, but when I searched for it later, I couldn't find a trace. No listing, no map marker, not even an abandoned building matching its shape. Just a long, empty stretch of road where nothing should have been, and nothing apparently ever was. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And sometimes when I'm driving alone through small towns at dusk, I catch the faintest flicker of that same shadow in the corner of my eye, as if it slipped out through the doorway behind me and followed me into the world beyond that silent little place. I didn't grow up thinking my town could hide anything. It wasn't the kind of place where people whispered about old mysteries or locked their doors out of superstition. It was just a quiet pocket of back roads and fading storefronts. A place where everyone waved to everyone else because they'd known each other for 3 generations. Maybe that's why the invitation rattled me the moment I found it wedged between the circulars on my porch. It didn't have a stamp or a return address, just my name across the front in handwriting I didn't recognize. Inside, a small card listed an address that didn't ring any bells, even though I knew this town like the lines on my own hands. It said I'd been selected to attend a private gathering, and that attendance was anticipated. Nothing else, no explanation, no name, no reason. I should have ignored it, but curiosity is a quiet engine, and once it starts running, it's hard to turn off. By nightfall, the card was tucked in my jacket pocket, and I was driving down streets I'd traveled since childhood. Except now, every intersection felt wrong somehow, like the familiar map in my head had shifted half an inch. The address led me toward the oldest part of town, an area most people ignored because the buildings there had been empty for years. Windows boarded, sidewalks cracked, streetlights burned with a dull coppery glow. The kind of place you pass through without ever slowing down. But one building wasn't dark. It stood at the end of a block of shuttered shops, a brick structure taller than the others, its roofline jagged from age. Every time I drove past this street, I remembered it being condemned, covered in warnings and bright orange notices. But tonight, a warm light glowed behind its narrow windows. I pulled over and stared at it for a long minute, trying to piece together how I could have missed any sign of renovation. Nothing about it looked updated. It looked like it had stepped out of another time entirely. I walked up the slanted steps, expecting to see a lock or chains across the door. Instead, the door eased open before I touched it. An attendant stood just inside, a man in a simple suit with no name tag, no greeting, no acknowledgement beyond a slight tilt of his head. He stepped aside for me to enter. When I asked if this was the gathering mentioned in the invitation, he didn't answer. He simply gestured toward a hallway. His silence gnawed at me, but I followed anyway. The hallway opened into a large room that might once have been a lodge or community hall. Wooden beams arched overhead and faded banners hung from the rafters. Several dozen people were scattered around the room, though none spoke. None even looked at each other. They stood in loose groups, each person swaying slightly, staring at nothing, moving with a slow, unsettling rhythm as if they were listening to a quiet signal only they could hear. The whole room felt suspended, caught in a breath that hadn't been released yet. I tried to catch someone's eye, but when I stepped closer to a woman near me, she didn't blink or react. Her skin looked pale, almost powdered. Her breathing was shallow and perfectly timed with the man standing beside her. It was like they shared a single pulse. I felt something tighten under my ribs. Then a door at the far side of the hall opened, and a tall figure entered. He wore a smooth mask that erased every feature of his face, the surface catching the dim lights and giving him an expression that changed whenever he moved. He didn't speak, yet the room shifted around him. Every attendee straightened at once. The attendants, who had been standing like shadows along the walls, began locking the doors one by one. The metallic snaps echoed off the wooden beams. I stepped backward, instinctively trying to slip out the way I'd come. But an attendant moved in front of me silently. He didn't touch me. He just stood there, blocking the path with a stillness that made my skin crawl. Two other attendants approached, guiding me toward a side corridor. Their hands rested lightly on my arms, not rough but firm enough that I knew I wasn't allowed to choose another route. I kept asking what this gathering was, but my voice felt swallowed by the old wood around us. No one replied. They led me into a small room tucked behind the hall. The air was warm and heavy with candle smoke. A ring of chalk was drawn on the floor, surrounded by candles burning low in their glass holders. People stood around the circle, motionless, facing inward. Their hands hung at their sides, their heads bowed. The flickering light made their shadows bend and stretch across the walls. The attendant strapped my wrists together, and for the first time I felt a real stab of panic. The straps were leather, worn at the edges like they had been used too many times. The masked figure stepped into the center of the chalk ring and made a sound deep, patterned, layered enough to rattle the inside of my skull. It wasn't like any language I recognized. It felt more like a vibration, like my body was a tuning fork being forced into resonance. The motionless guests began to stir. Their fingers twitched, their heads lifted, their breathing synced into a slow, collective exhale. I could feel the rhythm pushing against me, urging me to fall in line with them, urging me to sink into that same strange drift. An attendant lifted a syringe. The liquid inside shined faintly under the candlelight. I pulled back, but he steadied my arm. I asked no, begged to know what it was. The masked figure kept making that low sound, each pulse of it nudging my thoughts in directions I didn't want them to go. Just when the needle touched my skin, one of the guests slumped forward, bumping into another. The circle wobbled, the sound from the masked figure hitched. The attendant holding me turned to see what happened, and the sudden movement caused the syringe to clip the strap instead of my arm. The leather gave way just enough for me to twist my wrist free. Adrenaline burned through my fear. I grabbed the syringe from the attendant's hand, using its metal casing to tear into the second strap. It wasn't sharp, but I forced it until the leather separated. Candles toppled as the guests shifted unevenly. The masked figure raised his hands as if trying to reclaim the room's rhythm. The vibration in the air thickened. I didn't wait for the attendants to regain control. I shoved past them and sprinted toward the door. One tried to grab me, but a stumbling guest collided with him, knocking him off balance. I rammed my shoulder into the door. It cracked open, and I pushed into the hallway. The corridors felt wrong, as if the building had rearranged itself, but I kept searching for colder air, or a hint of moonlight. My footsteps echoed too loudly in the tight space, and somewhere behind me the rhythm of that sound, whatever the masked figure had been doing, rose sharply like he was trying to pull the whole building back into focus. I burst into the main hall. It was empty now. Every attendee who had been standing in that unnatural stillness was gone. The banners above the rafters fluttered faintly as if someone had rushed past them moments before. I unlocked the front door with trembling fingers and stumbled outside. The night air felt sharp enough to cut. I didn't look back. I ran down the block until I reached a brighter street and flagged down the first car I saw, breathless, rambling, desperate for someone to believe me. The police drove me back within the hour. We walked the block twice, then 3 times. There was no brick building, no tall structure at the end of the street, no boarded windows, no crooked steps. Just an empty lot and a row of aging storefronts that hadn't opened in years. I felt sick. The officers tried to assure me I must have mixed up the address. They said sometimes old structures look different at night. They said stress can alter perception. They said a lot of things I've said to others over the years. But the faint marks on my wrists didn't fade, and the air in that part of town still feels thicker than anywhere else, like something hums quietly just behind the walls of the abandoned shops. Sometimes when I'm driving home late and I take the long way through the older streets, I swear I see a warm glow behind one of the dusty windows. Just for a second, just enough to make me wonder if the building is still there, waiting for the next curious local to accept an invitation they should never have read. And every now and then when the wind shifts and the town is quiet enough, I think I hear that same low vibration drifting between the empty buildings, guiding someone else toward a door that shouldn't exist. I moved to that quiet suburban edge of the small town because I thought it would finally give me room to breathe. The houses sat low behind trimmed hedges. The street stayed empty through most evenings, and the air carried that stillness I used to mistake for safety. My first morning there, while unpacking boxes in the front room, I noticed a man standing across the street beside his mailbox. He wasn't doing anything, just watching the house with this flat, patient stare. I assumed he was curious about the new resident and pushed it out of my mind. But even then, something in the way he held himself made the skin on my arms pull tight. Later, I would learn his name was Alberto, but in those first days, he was only the man who happened to be outside every time I stepped onto the porch. When I carried out trash bags, he watched. When I checked the mail, he watched. He always seemed to be there, motionless as if he'd been waiting before I even opened my door. Weeks passed like that, him a constant shape in my peripheral vision. I tried to settle in, focusing on work and rearranging furniture, and telling myself small towns had their quirks, but the staring shifted from uncomfortable to suffocating. I'd glimpse him through the front blinds in the late afternoon, facing my house even when no one else was out. I remember one evening when the street went completely silent, not a car, not a dog, nothing, and I saw him standing in the same spot, his shoulders squared toward my windows. The stillness of the neighborhood amplified it, made every small moment sharper. The emptiness of the street behind him felt almost staged, as if the town had stepped backward and left him alone in the open, with me as the only target. I kept telling myself he was harmless, maybe lonely, but every daylight hour he lingered out there, chipped at that explanation until it felt thin as tissue. Then the package arrived. It was a plain envelope tucked into my mailbox. No return address, no markings, nothing but my name written in a shaky scrawl. I opened it in the kitchen, standing by the sink with the late sun coming through the blinds. Inside was a single photograph, an old print, yellowed at the edges. It showed me standing in my previous apartment's parking lot, unlocking my car. The angle was close, much closer than anyone should have been able to get without me noticing, and I had never taken it. There was no note, no explanation, no message, just that photo, proof that someone had been near me long before the staring ever started. The edges curled under my fingers as I held it, a slow rising dread settling at the base of my spine. Sleep became impossible after that. I checked the locks twice before bed, then again in the middle of the night. I kept the curtains drawn tight even during daylight. The neighborhood's quiet, which had once felt harmless, turned hollow and wrong. The longer I stayed, the more I felt watched from every angle. Even when I didn't see Alberto, I sensed him nearby. That constant pressure never left. It followed me from window to hallway, from hallway to bedroom. The break-in happened late in the fall, after a week of restless nights. I walked into the kitchen one morning and found the back door standing slightly ajar, a thin line of cold air leaking into the room. Nothing was broken. The lock wasn't forced. It looked as if someone had simply opened the door and walked inside. My hands shook as I checked every room. Nothing was taken. All the furniture was exactly where I'd left it. But on the dining table sat a small square of paper with 4 words written in tight, deliberate handwriting, "I'm always around." I remember the way the ink sank into the fiber of the paper, thick in some letters, faint in others, like whoever wrote it had pressed too hard, then too lightly. I reached for my phone, then stopped, trying to gather myself before calling anyone. When I finally contacted the police, they came, walked the perimeter, checked the rooms, and told me it was probably a neighborhood prank or a misunderstanding. They asked if I'd given a spare key to anyone. They asked if I might have left the door unlocked. They glanced at Alberto only after I pointed to him standing across the street again, watching the house, eyes unblinking. They spoke to him briefly and told me he seemed perfectly calm, perfectly reasonable, perfectly within his rights to stand outside. When they left, his gaze returned to my windows as if the interruption never happened. I couldn't focus on anything after that. Every sound in the house felt like a footstep. Every shift of the wind against the siding sounded like someone brushing past the walls. I tried to convince myself I was overreacting, but fear works like a drip, constant, patient, carving deep channels until everything becomes a warning. I started keeping a light on in every room. I kept my phone in my hand at all times. Even walking from one side of the house to the other felt like crossing exposed ground. The night I decided to leave came without any particular trigger. I had been lying awake trying to listen through the hum of the furnace when I heard a faint tapping from downstairs. Not a knock, not a thud, more like the soft click of something brushing against the front door. I froze, straining to catch it again. When I finally worked up the courage to step into the hallway, the air felt colder than it should have, like the heat hadn't reached that part of the house. I crept down the stairs, each step slow, my hand trailing along the wall to steady myself. From the last stair, I saw the front door wide open, not cracked, not pushed slightly by the draft. Wide open, letting the cool night air seep across the floor. The porch light cast a pale circle on the entryway, but everything beyond it was pitch black. I didn't call out, I didn't reach for anything. I just backed away slowly, grabbed my keys from the counter, and walked straight out the back without looking around the rooms again. My car sat in the driveway with a thin layer of dew across the windshield, and the quiet of the street pressed in on every side. I didn't check to see if Alberto was out there. I didn't look at any window. I just drove until the town disappeared behind me. I moved into a new place several towns over, something temporary while I tried to figure out the next step. The new neighborhood felt lively, almost noisy compared to where I'd been living. Cars on the street, people chatting on porches, the kind of movement that used to annoy me before all of this. I unpacked slowly, deliberately, trying not to bring any of the fear with me. For a while it worked. The first weeks passed without incident. I started sleeping again. I walked outside without glancing over my shoulder. I even began to think I had escaped it. Then one afternoon, while sorting through mail on the kitchen counter, I noticed a small envelope that didn't belong with the rest. No return address. My name written the same way as before, thin and shaky. My hands went cold before I even opened it. Inside was a single note, identical to the one left on my dining table in the old house. Same ink, same pressure marks, same message. I'm always around. I stood in that quiet kitchen for a long time, staring at the paper while the sounds of the neighborhood dimmed around me. I tried to tell myself it was impossible, that I had left all of that behind, that he couldn't have followed me this far without me noticing. But the truth settled in fast, heavy and unavoidable. The distance hadn't mattered. The town hadn't mattered. None of it had mattered at all. Wherever I moved, however far I ran, He had already found a way to stay close. I folded the note and set it on the counter, listening to the soft hum of the refrigerator and the faint traffic outside. Ordinary sounds that suddenly felt thin and unreliable. I locked every door, pulled every curtain, and waited for night to fall, knowing that somewhere nearby he was still watching, still patient, still waiting for the moment I stopped trying to feel safe. I checked into the hotel just after nightfall, the rain coming down in a steady curtain that blurred the edges of the small town. I had been on the road for most of the day, driving between isolated branches of a company that never seemed to care how worn out its travelers became. I remember the way the parking lot lights flickered against the wet asphalt, and how the sign out front buzzed with a low, uneven hum. The place sat a little outside the town center, close enough to pass for local, but far enough that its windows looked out on empty lots and old trees. I walked in carrying only the bag I kept packed for work trips, and shook off the water before stepping up to the counter, expecting nothing more than a quiet night before my morning meeting. The lobby felt still, as if most of the air had been sealed away long before I arrived. The walls were the washed-out color of old plaster, and the floorboards faintly creaked beneath each step. The receptionist looked up from her paperwork when I approached. She was middle-aged, with tired eyes that made me think she had been sitting at that desk much longer than her shift required. She asked for my name without much interest, and I handed over my ID. The room she assigned me, 205, was almost directly across from the elevator, with another unit beside it. She slid the keycard across the counter with a faint nod, as if relieved to finish even that small task. My room was plain, with a low bed, a desk that leaned slightly to one side, and a window that looked out on the dark stretch of the road leading back toward town. The air smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals layered over something old and damp. I dropped my bag onto the bed and listened to the rain tapping against the glass. For a few minutes, everything seemed ordinary. I planned out my schedule for the next day and hung my jacket near the door, still damp from the drive. I might have gone the entire night believing the place was simply run down, if the first sound hadn't hit the wall beside me. It was a sharp, heavy bang, so sudden and violent that it felt like a body being thrown against the other side of the wall. I froze with my hand still on my jacket. Another impact followed, then a scraping that dragged along the length of the room. I stepped toward the wall and pressed my fingers against it. The vibrations carried straight through, unmistakable and close. The next noise was metallic, a clatter followed by something that sounded like a piece of furniture being shoved aside. At first I assumed someone had checked in next door. Maybe they were frustrated with their room, or trying to rearrange the cramped space. But the rhythm of the sounds didn't match anything intentional. It came in bursts, quiet for a moment, then a violent crash, then a dull pulsing thud. When it stopped, the silence felt heavy enough to make my ears ring. I left my room and walked down the hall toward the lobby, ignoring the uneasy feeling tightening in my chest. The receptionist looked up when she saw me, and I explained what I was hearing. She shook her head before I even finished. Room 206, she told me, wasn't booked. No one had been in it for days. She checked the screen again to prove it. The key hadn't been used since housekeeping locked it that morning. I asked if maybe someone had gotten inside anyway, but she dismissed the idea with a weary certainty. The cleaning staff would have reported it. She said the locks were secure. What I was hearing must have been something in the walls, the pipes, the heating, the old frame shifting in the rain. I wanted to believe her, but the sounds were too deliberate. Even standing in the warm, oddly still lobby, I could recall the pattern of each impact as if I were still pressed against the wall. Back in my room, I tried to focus on anything else. I opened my laptop, reviewed notes for the morning, even turned on the TV just to have something familiar in the background. For maybe 10 minutes, I managed to distract myself. Then the noises started again. This time, I walked directly to the wall and pressed my ear against it. The plaster felt cool, and for several seconds all I heard was the tinny murmur of the television behind me. Then a soft, heavy breathing came through the wall. Slow, uneven, close enough that it could have belonged to someone leaning with their face against the other side of the door. The breaths dragged in and out with a faint shudder, and I stepped back before I realized I'd moved. Every instinct I had told me not to stay near that wall. I left the room again and stood in the hallway, staring at the door to 206. The number plaque sat slightly crooked, the brass finish worn down to dull brown spots. I reached out and touched the handle. The metal felt cool, the way metal does in empty rooms without heating, and when I pulled gently, the latch gave way. The door wasn't locked. It wasn't even fully closed. It had only been resting in the frame. The room beyond was dark, but the hallway light cut a narrow beam across the carpet. The first thing I noticed was the stain. It spread across the floor just inside the door, dark and irregular, as if something had pulled there long enough to seep into the fibers. The edges were still damp, the surface faintly reflective. I couldn't bring myself to reach down to check, but there was no mistaking the smell of something metallic lingering in the air. I didn't step inside. I didn't need to. I backed away from the door and let it fall mostly shut, leaving only a thin sliver of black between the frame and the latch. I didn't want to think about what could have soaked into that carpet, or why the room was left unlocked in the first place. The receptionist's insistence that no one was staying there rang in my ears. I considered leaving right then, packing my things and driving out into the rain, even if it meant hours of travel before finding another place to rest. But I hesitated. The storm had only grown heavier, the wind pushing sheets of water across the parking lot. I didn't want to be on the road in that. I decided I would stay only long enough to gather everything, then leave as soon as the weather calmed. That was my plan when I stepped back into my room. The moment I closed the door behind me, the noises started again, but not from the wall. This time they came from above. A heavy dragging sound crossed the ceiling, slow and steady as if something large were being pulled across the floor of the room above mine. Then came the pounding, direct, sharp strikes that landed in a rhythm that seemed too controlled to be anything loose in the structure. The ceiling dust trembled with each hit. I stared up at it, half expecting it to crack. I didn't bother checking with the receptionist again. I didn't even gather my things. I grabbed only my bag and my keys, leaving a handful of clothes still in the closet. As I rushed down the hallway, the noises overhead followed me, moving in uneven bursts that made it feel like something was tracking my steps. I reached the elevator and pressed the call button, but the delay felt unbearable. I turned toward the stairs instead. The stairwell felt colder than the rest of the building, and the lights flickered as I descended. When I pushed through the door into the lobby, the receptionist was no longer at her desk. I didn't look for her. I hurried to the entrance and stepped out into the rain. The storm had eased enough that I could see the hotel's row of windows without the distortion of water running down the glass. I moved quickly across the lot, scanning the upper floors without thinking about what I hoped to find. When I reached my car, I unlocked it and pulled the door open, but my eyes lifted instinctively to the second floor. Someone was standing at the window above my room. The figure was still barely visible behind the thin curtains, but I could see the outline of a head and shoulders lean close to the glass. There was no light on behind them, and the rain reflected faint lines across the window, but the shape was clear. It didn't move. It didn't pull back when I stared directly at it. It only stood there watching through the darkness. I got into my car and pulled out of the lot without checking again. The road leading away from the hotel felt strangely empty for the hour, and I didn't slow down until I reached the lights of the small town a few miles away. I found another place to stay near the main street, a newer building with bright lights and a lobby that smelled of fresh paint. I didn't tell the clerk anything beyond needing a room for the night. I locked myself inside and sat awake until the sun came up. In the morning, the storm had passed, leaving the streets clear and the air thick with the smell of wet pavement. I thought about calling the hotel, or at least reporting what I'd seen, but I couldn't find the right words to explain it. I didn't know how to describe the breathing through the wall, or the stain on the floor, or the silence in the lobby when I fled, and I didn't want to hear someone tell me that nothing unusual had happened, that no one had been on the second floor, that the room above me had been empty as well. I drove out of the town with the feeling that I had left something unfinished behind me, something that didn't belong in a place that small or a building that old. I kept looking in the rearview mirror long after the hotel disappeared from sight, half expecting to see that still figure standing in some distant window, watching the road as I left. I never returned to that town. I passed nearby once on another assignment but took a different route without thinking. Even now, when I stay in unfamiliar places, I check the rooms beside me before I unpack. I listen for breathing through the walls when the building settles at night. And sometimes, if I catch a glimpse of an unlit window across a parking lot, I look too long, bracing myself for the shape of someone standing just behind the glass, waiting in the dark,